Yasser Balindong. Thank you, DS Yasser Balindong. And in the first order of business is to call the roll members.
Defer na lang, no? Mr. Chair, I move that we defer the calling of the roll.
Second,
There's a motion,
Mr. Chair.
motion to defer the calling of the roll. Duly seconded, the chair says none, the motion is carried. Since this is just a suspension of the first hearing, this is now our second hearing. Comsec, please acknowledge the members present in today's hearing.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We would like to acknowledge and welcome Deputy Speaker Yasser Balindong, our Deputy Minority Leader, the Honorable Mujib Hataman. We also have the Honorable Jonathan Kate Flores, the Honorable Joseph Lara, and we have the Honorable Muhammad Khalid Dimaporo, and the Honorable Romeo Ako.
Chairman Akop is in the other room for a hearing also, but he was present in this morning hearing, and he intends to participate also after the hearing in the other room.
So yung meeting flow niya, consolidation. So na-refer sa atin. So we have to consolidate.
Hindi, tapos na yun, ito. Nung nakaraan pa.
Hindi pa wala tayong consolidate. Wala tayong.
Tatlo. Bakit wala?
Hindi, ang ginagawa natin sa revival yung lang. Ito consolidation. Kasi may kumabol.
Hindi, yung abol.
Yung yung Dimaporo, bago na.
Ito mo sa kanya. For the information of the members of the committee, we have to consolidate the issues because there's also a
Referred the resolution.
newly referred resolution to this committee. Last November 8, 2023, House Resolution number 1313 introduced by Representative Muhammad Khalid Dimaporo, titled the resolution directing the House Committee on Public Accounts to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the issuance of the Bureau of Treasury and Authority for the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, or NCMF, to retain its deposit accounts in the Philippine National Bank, and if said extension is compliant with the special provision of the Republic Act number 11936, otherwise known as the General Appropriations Act of 2023. And the provisions of Republic Act number 997, otherwise known as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Acts, was referred to the committee. This resolution shares similar issues with the two privileged speeches by Rep. Adiong and Rep. Balindong on the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, management and coordination of the HAJJ pilgrimage, focusing on the utilization of public funds and ensuring adherence to mandated standards and which are subject to the matter of this hearing. Thus, I believe that by consolidating the three committee can avoid repetitive or redundant debates and votes on similar matters. It allows for a more streamlined and focused discussion, saving time and ensuring that all related aspects are considered. Having said that, do I hear a motion to consolidate issues raised in two privileged speeches?
Mr. Chair, I move to consolidate House Resolution 1313 with the previous two privileged speeches of Congressman Adiong and DS Balindong. So move, Mr. Chair.
I second, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to consolidate the three House resolutions, including the two speeches of the Representative Balindong and Adiong. Duly seconded. Any objections? The chair is none. The motion is carried. Before we proceed with the continuation of the interpellation, let me read just a short opening remarks, no? Based on the previous based on the last hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second hearing on the management and operation of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos concerning the HAJJ pilgrimage. In previous sessions, we delved into complexities surrounding these issues, and today we aim to build upon these discussions, exploring further into the financial aspects of the NCMF management of HAJJ affairs. We learned from the NCMF that HAJJ operations manual, vital for the contract negotiation and administrative functions, was only recently approved despite the Commission's existence for over a decade. This delay raises questions about the NCMF efficiency and institutional integrity. We also discovered that up to the 2023 HAJJ, the NCMF had not established a special bids and awards committee or BAC for HAJJ-related service procurement. Instead, it relied on its procurement committee, which functioned as a makeshift special BAC. This approach is in violation of our procurement laws, particularly under the assumption that HAJJ fees are public funds and thus should be governed by procurement laws. Section 4 of Republic Act 9184 is unequivocal. This act shall apply to the procurement of infrastructure projects, goods, and consulting services regardless of source of funds, whether local or foreign, by all branches and instrumentalities of government, its departments, offices, and agencies, including government-owned and controlled of corporations and local government units. Note that COA, through the representative, has confirmed that HAJJ fees are public funds, raising concerns about the NCMF procurement process without a BAC, essentially violating Republic Act 9184. Overall, the NCMF procurement and bidding process must be re-evaluated. The creation of a special BAC for future HAJJ events is a step towards this compliance. This discussion during the last hearing also brought significant insights into NCMF management style. The Department of Foreign Affairs, no less, confirmed numerous complaints from pilgrims regarding the disparity between the quality of services received under financial expenditure for the HAJJ, which they entrusted to the NCMF. Furthermore, the DFA's consulate in Jeddah and embassy in Riyadh reported going beyond their mandated duties to address these issues, assisting Muslim Filipino pilgrims in crisis areas. The last hearing also afforded this committee the opportunity to hear various arguments and comments about the future NCMF management of the HAJJ. Several key points emerged. Number one, concerns were raised about how the NCMF handling of the HAJJ might violate the Constitution. The Constitution mandates the inviolability of the separation of the church and the state and guarantees the free exercise of religion without discrimination or preference. Number two, there was a proposal to privatize the HAJJ management as opposed to having it managed by NCMF to facilitate more streamlined and effective operations. In a privatized system, competition among multiple firms for HAJJ management contracts could create a natural accountability mechanism, ensuring only those providing the best services at reasonable cost thrive. Number three, the creation of an interagency task force composed of several government agencies to manage HAJJ operations was also suggested. Such a task force leveraging diverse expertise from various fields would ensure a more comprehensive approach to HAJJ management. Additionally, pooling resources from different agencies could lead to more efficient operations, minimizing duplication of efforts and costs. There is also a strong opposition to the privatization of the HAJJ operations coming from the NCMF. labeling it a profit-driven approach. Private companies may not have the same level of cultural and religious sensitivity, which could impact the spiritual aspects of the pilgrimage. As we consolidate the pieces of evidence gathered by the committee, we will draft a comprehensive report that will not only synthesize our findings, but will also propose essential amendments to the procurement and auditing laws, as well as to the charter of the NCMF itself. Rest assured that the committee is committed to thoroughly deliberating this matter with utmost care and diligence. Our primary goal is to ensure that the best interest of Muslim Filipinos undertaking the Hajj are the forefront of any decision. Ultimately, it is the pilgrims who should emerge as the winners from this process. Together, we're working towards a future where our institutions serve the public better, ensuring that every Filipino benefits from a government that is more equitable, transparent, and accountable. Maraming salamat po. At again, good afternoon to each and everyone. Now, we will continue with the interpellation from the members. But of course, during the break, some of me from the resource person approached me that maybe next time they will be given ample time to answer the queries being raised by the members of this committee at the same time to explain the position, especially those in the CMF. Rest assured that you will be given ample time for as long as we have the time. You know, for the fact that at 3 o'clock we'll have our session, and ilang beses na to po, na-postpone din yung pagtayo ko dun sa floor dahil nga sa kahapon hindi rin ako napagtayo dahil may schedule din ako sa bill ko na tumagal. Last Monday, ganun din dahil sa mga hearings. The other week pala. Anyway, let us proceed with the interpellation, and I would like to give the opportunity to the members of from the member of the minority, our deputy minority leader, which is now present in today's hearing. I asked him to be present today, but in fact he postponed his travel today. I recognize the Honorable, our deputy minority leader, my colleague in the minority, Congressman Mujib Hataman. Brother, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, distinguished colleagues, and to our resource persons who are present today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Mr. Chair, actually, ang pinagbasehan ko na lang yung minutes na kinuha ng staff ko nung previous meeting. Pero gusto ko lang, Mr. Chair, may I ask if COA is here and Bureau of Treasury?
COA is present. The Bureau of Treasury is also present.
Kaya ko tinatanong, Mr. Chair, kasi nabasa ko doon sa minutes na kinuha. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Nung tinanong si COA at ulitin ko ang tanong. Anong position ng COA with regards sa position ng NCMF na hindi dapat i-subject sa audit yung Hajj Fund ng pilgrims?
COA?
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Krisha Dehenyo, the auditing leader of COA NCMF. Let me refer that question to answer that question to Attorney Zoraida.
COA rin yun.
Please proceed, Attorney.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I-
I'm Attorney Zoraida Omar from the Legal Affairs Office. I'm here to support to our auditor.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Is she the legal officer of NCMF or COA?
Of COA, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. With regard to that, sir, the COA is yet to issue its official stand on whether the funds shall be subjected to audit. Because the last hearing, I believe, the issue was whether or not what is the proper treatment on the Mutawi fees, if I'm not mistaken, because I was not present last hearing, but I'm here to give some support to our auditor.
Mr. Chair, if I may interject, The topic or the issue that our honorable Deputy Minority Leader, Representative Mujib Hataman, is bringing up is exactly why I filed my resolution and why I am thankful that it has been consolidated on the subject matter today. After I interject, I would like to request also, before I forget, Mr. Chair, that since we have new resource persons here, perhaps it would be proper that our committee secretary make them administer their oath that they are to tell the truth.
Thank you for that reminder. Sorry, members of this committee, nagbabadala ako. Medyo ano pa ako eh. Hindi naman gutom kasi nakakain na. Anyway, COMSEC is directed to officiate the oath for those resource persons which have not taken their oath. Please stand.
Noted, Mr. Chair. For those who have not yet taken the oath, kindly stand up and raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee? So help you God. The oath has been administered, Your Honor.
Thank you, COMSEC. Please proceed with your interjection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now that our resource persons have taken our oath, the reason why I filed the resolution asking for the committee to call the Bureau of Treasury is for us to have a deeper understanding on what exactly are these funds that NCMF is handling. During the investigation on the Committee on Muslim Affairs, this issue came up, whether or not the PNB account is a private fund or a public fund. And during the budget deliberations, I directly questioned the DOF, the COA, the DBM, and the NCMF, and the DILG as to the stand of those line agencies, whether or not these funds are public or private. Our problem that I saw, Mr. Chair, is that my question is, if the fund has not been submitted, surrendered, or deposited into the National Treasury, which is the requirement of the Department of Finance and the Bureau of Treasury, then are those funds public or private funds? Now, I have been, during the budget deliberations, Mr. Chair, and I submitted this to the committee secretariat last hearing, I have been given communication between NCMF Secretary Mamundyong and Secretary Diokno, wherein the Bureau of Treasury exempted the NCMF from complying with the requirements of quote-unquote the government definition of a trust fund, which is under the joint circular COA, DBM, and DOF. I forget the number. So since they have been exempted from complying with what the government defines as a trust fund, that's what I would like to get to the bottom of and why I filed this resolution, because I wasn't able to engage with the DOF during the budget hearings, whether or not these funds, since they are exempted and have not been deposited in the National Treasury, are to be considered as public funds or are still private funds under the custody of a government institution such as NCMF. That definition will give us clarity whether or not we follow the procurement law or this is a private matter. That definition also will determine whether or not the Commission on Audit has jurisdiction over the bank account, PNB bank account of the NCMF, which may be private and not government, because it has not been submitted to the surrender to the National Treasury, and in which the COA, should they enter and scrutinize those bank accounts, might be deemed liable for violation of bank secrecy laws, etc. So that's really the thrust of my resolution that I filed, to determine whether or not the NCMF PNB account falls under the definition of public funds, considering that the NCMF did not submit it to surrender it or deposit it to the National Treasury, which is what is required by the joint circular for a trust fund. However, they have been granted an exemption. So in my personal opinion, Mr. Chair, which is why I wanted to engage with Secretary Diokno so that this will not happen next year, the DOF, by giving the NCMF an exemption, usurped the powers of Congress because they did not comply with Republic Act 997, which requires a trust fund. All HAJJ funds, fees collected should be deposited in a trust fund as defined by the government. However, the NCMF has been granted an exemption by the DOF. That's what I hope to achieve when I filed my resolution, and I'm thankful that it has been jointly consolidated. And I think this is in line with the questions of Representative Hataman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, before I will recognize COA, I will let, okay. Anyway, first, NCMF is claiming that, they were allowed to be exempted. Do you have the documents to prove that indeed the Bureau of Treasury gives you the exemption with regards to that fund?
Don't submit the pressure. Merong huling ang problema ko sa pangko. That's what so
Wala.
may sagot ng kuha mo. Mr. Chair,
Yes, Chairman ako.
the appropriate question would be, would the Secretary of Finance have the authority and jurisdiction to exempt such fund from being submitted to the Bureau of Treasury? Because I remember that when I was with the Philippine National Police, our exemption for the retention of our trust funds with the organization was approved by the President, not by the Secretary of Finance. So the appropriate question should be, first, is the Secretary of Finance the proper or appropriate authority to grant that exemption? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman ako. But ako, we have to reserve this because they're claiming that they were given exception. Ibang usapin pa if the Bureau of Finance or Secretary may authority. Ngayon, tinatanong ko, mayroon ba kayo? Do you have that document? You?
It's like a rabbit hole.
If I may be recognized, sir. Before that, yes, we have, but
What's
it's,
that document?
if I may, Mr. Chairman, what we have is not an exemption, but an extension of compliance after the end of 2023. There is a the
Extension of
document,
what?
for the observance of joint circular of the COA, DBM, and DOF.
Na extension of the exemption?
No, extension of the time to comply, Mr. Chairman.
Extension to comply.
Yes, up to end of December.
They submit you because you asked for extension? Is that so? Anyway,
Just to, if I can add, Mr. Chair.
anyway, we're claiming that, so you submit all the documents pertaining to that issue being raised by Congressman Mujib Bataman and Congressman.
Just so I can put this into perspective, Mr. Chair, Joint Circular number 1-97, which defines a trust fund, which was a joint circular of COA, DBM, and DOF, was issued in 1997. So imagine how long there has not been any compliance.
Mr. Chair, hindi, ganito na lang, Mr. Chair. Pwedeng ipa-explain na lang natin ang NCMF bakit walang compliance since 1997, for example, pagdating sa HAJJ. Baka may explanation, sir.
Anyway, NCMF, Kong Mujib is asking you to explain why you don't have compliance since 1997. And again, you extended non-compliance nyo. As you have said, but of course, you have to submit the document para matikita natin kung magsisinungaling kayo, wala. Kung indeed, authentic ba yung dokumentong hawak nyo, wala. O hindi.
Your Honor, may I ask that Director Abu, who is our legal director, be authorized to answer the question?
Yeah, please proceed.
We will submit the documents, Your Honor.
You will submit the documents. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
You have to do
The one
this
that
committee.
provided to us by
Yun yung document. But I was curious, I think the Congressman Mujib is why? Since 1997, wala kayong compliance.
May I add also, Mr. Chair, as a follow-up to the question of Congressman Mujib. Congressman Khalid, 1997, Kung 1997, no? Since yung
Just
nila-
if I
so-
can be also, just to make it clearer to everybody, no? 1997 was when the joint circular was issued. NCMF was created 2010. So what we all understand among Muslim legislators, yung OMA system carried over to NCMF and was never corrected. The guidance or the wisdom of Congress which passed Republic Act 9997 wanted a trust fund so that these HAJJ funds will be treated as public funds and there will be more transparency. But that never happened. So just at least there's perspective since the beginning of NCMF. And I'm not, so there will be no malignment against the current administration.
Just an addition, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask also Attorney Rolando Abo. Was there an annual request from NCMF to extend the exemption or the non-compliance from the NCMF? Or since 1997 up to now, you haven't complied the joint circular, what is required of you by the joint circular? Because Mr. said this is essential also, Mr. Chair, for the committee to know exactly if there is a deliberate non-compliance of the NCMF.
Attorney Abo, please answer the query of the members of this committee.
I can only respond to the current year, Mr. Chairman, if I may read part of the extension for our compliance, Your Honor. It says here that we hereby grant you authority to retain the above mentioned accounts cognizant of the constraint faced by your agency, given the proximity of the
Mr.
state.
Chair, I'm sorry, but to cut our resource person, because I know the chairman has very limited time. This reply has been submitted by me personally to the committee secretariat last committee hearing. So this is, if I'm not mistaken, the letter to Honorable Secretary Mamundyong from the Deputy Treasurer of the Philippines, Eduardo Anthony G. Marino III. Am I correct? Is this that letter that you're reading? Because that has already been submitted to the committee secretariat.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so I
Mr. Chair,
guess
di pa
the
nasasagot
question,
ang tanong
yes.
ko.
Ay, kaya nga eh. Ano muna, andali. Tapusin muna natin yung tanong ni Kong Mujib. Now your answer is, ang pwede mo lang sagutin is this year. How about previous years? When did you assume as a legal affairs director?
Remember the date, Your Honor, but it during the time of Aquino.
Oh, matagal.
Nagkakaroon pala eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tapos, ang masagot mo ngayong taon lang dahil may extension kayo. Ang tanong, bakit walang compliance kayo since 2010? That's the time of Aquino.
Your Honor, we will submit a manifestation to that effect. Your Honor.
Hindi, pare.
I will not allow you to submit a manifestation. You should answer because you are the one who is there for the past several years. Sabihin mo lang ang totoo, attorney.
Ano ba talaga?
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Walang time kayo.
Mr. Chair.
That's what my premise of my interpretation to the Bureau of Treasury is.
Para lang alam natin.
Tingin mo yung totoo.
Yeah.
Before you answer, binigyan ka na. I want to recognize
Mr. Chair, I just want to find out now if it's renewed year after year, even if we're just gonna talk about this year, was there any effort on their part to comply? Yan lang ang tanong ko sa I mean, you know, if it's year after year, let's not talk about the previous years. Let's just talk about this year na lang. It's a continuing extension of the circular, di ba? Yet, were there efforts made by the agency to comply? This year na lang, para masagot mo. We're not waiting for any other things.
Ayaw mag-comply, bakit? Ano?
And what is the reason for the continued non-compliance?
Para
Attorney, ikaw yung mainstay pala dyan.
For one, Your Honor, the joint circular pertains to balances only of whatever earnings or interest that the Mutawif earn. That is what the joint circular is directing the any national government
Sir,
agencies.
If I may cut you lang, sir, Attorney Abo. Ano na lang, categorically state na lang, as legal director, Bureau of Legal Affairs, what steps did you do or did you take this year na lang, para at least alam natin you're already there and you already know that this is a continuing requirement. What steps were made? Comply. Just this year na lang, para at least masagot mo without having to wait for a manifestation.
Patanabo, this year na lang daw.
Ay.
Ano yung mga steps na
Your Honor, if I may please, let me answer the.
sige, sige.
Before that, can I read, Mr. Chair, into the record, the answer of the DBM to my question regarding this issue? It was also submitted to the,
After you, wag muna, tanongin kita ba? Bakit kayong sasagot nga eh? Sige, please proceed.
so I asked the DBM if the NCMF is in compliance with the requirement of Republic Act 997, which says that the HAJJ fees have to be submitted to the trust fund. Now, we have the answer of Attorney Abu that the DOF COA DBM circular pertains only to like interest or something like that, no? So at least we know the position officially read into the record of DBM. And this is the reply letter from Secretary Amina Pangandaman. So, Honorable Dimaporo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This refers to a letter dated August 10 requesting the official position of the department as to the compliance of the NCMF with COA DBM Joint Circular 1-97, Special Provision Number 1 of the NCMF under General Appropriations Act, and current practice of maintaining deposit accounts in the PNB vis-a-vis trust receipts from the Bureau of Treasury. So it defines Special Provision Number 1, and it also says that the above provision likewise is in accordance with Section 11 of Republic Act 997, reiterates that. Now, specifically, relatedly, Executive Order Number 338, Series 1996, directs all government offices and agencies to immediately transfer all public monies deposited with depository banks and other institutions of the Bureau of Treasury, regardless of income source. Further, failure to comply with said provision shall subject the responsible officials, employees to appropriate criminal and or administrative action as the circumstances might warrant. That's the important paragraph in the answer of DBM to me. Attached, BTR letter to NCMF dated March 2023 said the agency has been granted authority to retain its various deposit accounts with the PNB. So now you have a divergence of position between the DBM and the Bureau of Treasury, because the DBM says it has to be submitted to the deposited in the Treasury and in a government bank. Whereas you have the Bureau of Treasury giving authority to NCMF to maintain their PNB account. That is the issue that I have, and I'm very having a difficulty.
From college related lang.
Very
Related lang
genuine.
yun. Yung issue ba nung Department of Finance ng extension based sa request ng NCMF o motu proprio on the part of NCMF, of the Department of Finance? May request kayo for extension and exemption?
Yes, extension.
Meron kayo.
Yes.
So kung meron kayong request, ibig sabihin ayaw nyo talagang mag-comply. At ang tanong ko, bakit ayaw nyong mag-comply? Meron bang mahirap doon? Maapektuhan ba yung HAJJ operation?
Mr. Chair.
Kasi Mr. Chair, parang from 1997, there is no compliance. Okay? Tapos lately, humingi sila ng extension at binigay ng Department of Finance, even in violation doon sa general appropriation. Kaya ang tanong ko, ano yung mabigat sa NCMF na mag-open ng trust account? May implication ba to doon sa HAJJ operation? Kaya kailangan nila ng exemption from the Department of Finance.
Mr. Chair.
Hindi pa sagutin ko.
Okay.
Sagutin mo muna. Sagutin mo na nung NCMF. Attorney or si Secretary? Yung tanong ni ano? Tanong ni Kong Mujib.
Your Honor, since the time I assumed office, I am into administrative and financial reforms. I have signed so many special orders, making sure that we reform whatever there to reform administratively and financially. We are willing to comply with this memorandum circular. In fact, I have invited the Land Bank, the Amana Bank, and other government banking institutions to make sure that this money is deposited with them. Because that is what is in the law. So we have to comply. We have to comply. I instructed them to make sure that we comply with all the existing laws. So there is willingness on the part of NCMF to do this.
Mr. Chair.
Do this.
Check, I just like to ask to cut you short, no? Pwede naman tumuloy. Hey, ikaw ang head of office. Ikaw ang secretary. You want this thing to happen. Compliance with regards to the joint memorandum circular. Hindi nako-comply. Sinong hindi sumusunod sa'yo? Bakit hindi nako-comply?
That is one of the administrative reforms that I am into now. There is difficulty, I'm not telling the committee. There is difficulty of instituting reforms. And I think our leaders here are aware of this. I am dealing with Philippine Muslim tribes. And this is a mini government by itself. Every time I intend to, with all the reforms that have been done, I have created enemies. I
Mr.
have
Chair.
created enemies.
Sec, ano na lang ha, paano ko ba sabihin? Meron bang umaayaw pag nagpupush ka ng reform at isa sa mga reform, yung compliance ng HAJJ circular? Yung commission mismo ang ayaw o yung mga director ang ayaw? Or meron bang halimbawa na agenda sa commission na for resolution to comply with the joint circular at merong nag-object?
As I said, every move that I am making in the commission has an opposition. Because we are touching the very heart of these people. That is the difficulty I'm encountering.
Yung move for extension ng exemption, kaninong move yon? Sa commission or sa legal or sa director ng Pilgrim?
Your Honor, I would like to tell you that I am willing to comply.
And then
Anytime that will be done. Anytime that will be done, because I have already invited the banking institution, government bank institutions, and we are going to make the deposit immediately after meeting with them. I cannot already, stomach what is happening there.
Sec, please answer directly the question of Congressman Mujib. Sino yung may problema doon? Yung sa legal, yung office mo, o yung director ng HAJJ? With regards to the compliance. Yun na yun.
Ang sinabi ko po, every reform that I am going to institute, meron akong na-encounter na problema.
Pero ako, very specific lang ako. Kasi ang content ng hearing na to, especially yung resolution na kinonsolidate natin sa resolution ni Kong Khalid, is based doon sa compliance. Kaya ang tinatanong ko muna, specific, dito sa compliance, ano ang nag-object? Ang commission o yung director ng HAJJ? Si COA ba o yung finance director nyo? Dito muna, hindi muna ako pupunta doon sa ibang reform. Kong Khalid.
If the chairman will allow, I would like to caution the NCMF and Secretary Mamudyong to take this committee very seriously. Because what I submitted last committee meeting was all of the information that I have. One of them is the letter of Secretary Mamudyong asking for this exemption. which was dated June 26, 2023. The HAJJ based on this letter was conducted in June 25 to June 30, 2023. So the request for extension was submitted or sent to Secretary Diokno after the beginning of the HAJJ pilgrimage. 2025. Date dito is 2026. So please take this very seriously because you might find yourself into deeper problems.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
would you require NCMF to respond first to the question of because I also have a question germane to the topic at hand.
but it's
It's something to do with the trust fund and the etc.
no, but that has not something to do with the query of.
It's
Congressman.
connected. It's
It's
very
connected,
germane.
yes. So you proceed.
Okay, thank
Go
you.
up, please.
I would also advise NCMF, like what Congressman Khalid said. You know, Mr. Secretary, before I ask my question, it's too hard for me, at least, to believe that what you're saying to this committee is that wala kang kasalanan o wala kang hindi ka ang nag-send ng request kasi maybe hindi ka pinapaniwalaan. Yearly, when you assumed as chairman, with all due respect, as secretary of NCMF, you've sent several people, in fact, delegates, private individuals as part of your delegation. You've sent them to Saudi Arabia to negotiate contracts with the local service providers. I don't think you are not on top of everything that you do. Kasi what you're telling this committee is that either insubordination ang nangyayari sa NCMF or there's a lack of a sheer ineffectiveness on your part, Mr. Secretary, with all due respect. So, in fact, Mr. Chair, dapat hindi ho open sa interpretation itong trust fund na ito eh. It's already in the law. Under Republic Act 9997, Article 2, Section 11 of Paragraph E. It says, Mr. Chair, that collective fees shall be deposited in a special trust fund which shall be established by the commission, and the expenses from which shall be subject to existing auditing laws and regulation. It's already there in the law. When was this law established? 2000. When did the joint circular released? 1997. And do not tell me you still request for an exemption. Well, in fact, the law states that you are mandated to put, says, a trust fund. It's not even an open for interpretation, Mr. Chair, because it's already there in the law. Attorney, what can you say about this? Nasa batas na eh. Trust fund dapat yan.
Attorney, please answer the query.
The other day, there was a legal opinion came out from our resource guests, no? In fact, Chairman Manong Romeo Acop was even questioning the legal opinion of Tony Abo kasi they said if it's a private and it should not be so it's exempted. It's not part of the kasi it's not a government fund. So kasi private nga galing from our sheikhs, individual But it's very clear, even if you don't go to 9148, yung procurement, kasi we were discussing about procurement the other day. Ano ba yung treatment ng pondo na to? It's there already. In the law. So you have it's not open to any interpretation. You should have put up a trust fund so that that fund will be subject to the rules and regulation. Before kayo mag-procure ng services, dapat may kayo. Nagkaroon kayo ng bidding.
Mr. Chair, before I intervened, and I think Representative Zia intervened, I think there was a pending question to the Committee on Audit, Commission on Audit. perhaps you can give them an time to answer yung question ni Representative. Okay.
Anyway, kuha, ano na nga sandali, isa lang. Ganito lang kasi NCMF, SEC. Ang tanong kasi simple-simple, bakit nag-extend kayo? Pero walang ginagawa since 2010. And si Atty. Abo pala nandiyan yan. Nung time pa na Aquino. There's something deliberate that NCMF is not doing the right thing. Ngayon lang may investigasyon, pumutok, kaya kayo gusto niyo mag-reform, gaganaw. Hindi pwedeng maiwasan na ganun yung pag-iisipan namin. Now, ang question talaga is, bakit? Hindi naman 2023 to eh.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, simplihan ko ulit ang tanong. 1997, if I'm correct, yung joint circular. From 1997 up to now, walang compliance, okay? Ngayon, binasa ni Kong Khalid yung letter request ng NCMF for exemption. Actually, hindi, for exemption. So in effect, si NCMF ayaw talaga mag-comply. Di ba? Kasi hindi ka hihingi ng exemption kung gusto mong mag-comply from 1997. Kaya ang tanong ko simple, bakit ayaw ni NCMF mag-comply? Meron bang impact ito at effect sa HAJJ operation kung mag-comply kayo doon sa batas na joint circular? Kaya yun yung gusto nating intindihin para yung committee pwedeng mag-recommend kung ano yung mga dapat amendahan sa batas na para matulungan yung NCMF pagaanin yung operations ng HAJJ. Kasi sir, hindi kayo pwedeng maghugas kamay na sabihin nyo bago lang kayo. Hindi pwede kasi the mere fact since 2010 ka pa andyan, alam mo na napabalik-balik at meron ng joint circular. Here comes, meron kayong request for exemption. Diba? So dahil nag-request kayo for exemption, ibig sabihin, maaring hindi makakatulong sa inyo ang joint circular o maaring simpleng ayaw nyo lang kasi merong interest na pinoprotektahan na pwedeng maapektuhan pag ipatupad natin yung joint circular. Kaya yun yung gusto naming maintindihan. Ako honestly, wala akong ibang interest dito kung hindi, wag nang maulit-ulit yung problema natin sa HAJJ. Sa totoo lang, wag natin maulit-ulit. Yun yung gusto natin. Ako personally, yun yung gusto kong i-address. Kaya marami kaming bill na gustong ipasa, part ng reform sa loob ng NCMF. Pero gusto kong balikan ito, i-focus tong resolution ni Kong Khalid pati yung mga privilege speeches ng mga kasama namin. Ano yung rason bakit ayaw nating mag-comply? At ano rin yung rason bakit humingi tayo ng extension or exemption from the joint circular?
Before the NCMF will answer the query, follow-up query of Kong Muji, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Vice Chairperson Zamora. Thank you for coming. Attorney Osek, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As to the compliance of depositing the Mutawi fee as a trust fund, according to the FMS, the nature of the deposit is a trust fund with the PNB. During the past year, the PNB was a government entity. That's why the NCMF or the OMA then started depositing this. If I may continue.
Tanawanan ka, yung sasagot mo. Pwede mo ba kaming lukuhin dito? Ito si attorney talaga.
I'm just setting
Hindi,
with all
you're
respect.
the proper answer. Dahil ang PNB is government.
I am
Kaya trust fund?
I'm setting
Sir, kailan na-privatize ang PNB?
I couldn't recall.
Matagal na.
Yes.
Kung matatandaan ko, high school pa ako, first year college. Kaya nga.
I am just setting your honor the context.
Ang punto ko lang, matagal-tagal na rin yun. Magdadalawang dekada na rin yun. Hindi, attorney, wala kayong dapat iwasan na totoong sagot sa amin, to be honest. Kasi ang gusto lang namin talaga, katulad nung sinabi na SEC, gusto naming magkaroon ng reforma. Pero hindi lang reforma administratively kung hindi yung services. Kasi ito yung dahilan bakit andito tong mga to eh. Di ba? Yun yung purpose natin. Kaya ako, sagutin nyo na lang. Sabihin nyo ayaw namin kasi hindi ako honestly hindi ko magets bakit talaga ayaw nyo i-comply. Hindi naman dahil doon sa PNB kasi dati sabihin nyo government pero ngayon private na.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, it's already a trust fund with the PNP. The trouble there is that then,
Hindi, bakit tayo humingi ng extension lately? Exemption.
Mr. Chair,
In short, before Kong Khalid, in short, for the past several years, you're doing properly. That is a PNB. Are you saying it to this committee? Gusto mo kami paminulain, attorney?
no,
Oh. Kong Khalid, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to also add to the discussion, because it seems like there's a self-interpretation or internal interpretation of what a trust fund is by the resource person from the NCMF. Republic Act 997 was very clear. Trust fund, and then in accordance to existing government rules and regulations. So if the DOF, DBM, and COA should define what a trust fund is. And based on my communication with the DBM secretary and the national line agencies, PNB does not fall into that definition.
Next year, may bagong account.
Chairman Akop, after Chairman Akop, COA na. Sige, Chairman Akop, please proceed.
I would just like to relate yung experience ko sa service. Meron din kaming trust fund or trust receipts eh. But ito, gagamitin ng organization na meron nun. Executive Order number 338 series of 1996 mandated this. And that is why the joint circular in 1997 was created. Ganito yun eh. Kasi nasa servisyo pa ako na lahat ng trust receipts fund or trust funds i-deposito sa Bureau of Treasury. And if you want to, kung gusto mong ma-retain yung inyong trust funds, gumawa kayo ng exemption sa presidente. And that is what we did. Kung kami, grinanta naman ng aming presidente, ng ating presidente noon nung si President Caraps. So, ni-request namin yun para meron kaming leeway na gamitin yung trust fund dun sa mga projects ng Philippine National Police noon. In the same manner siguro, ang nagtataka ako, bakit ayaw nilang sabihin ang dahilan kung bakit gusto nila na ma-retain sa kanila yung trust fund nila. Saan nyo gagamitin? Diba? Kasi under Attorney Abo, the secretary is an attorney, yung beautiful lady there is an attorney, Attorney Apio. Alam naman natin na pag-aralan natin dun sa pag-aaral natin ng batas. The law may be harsh, but it's still the law. In other words, we have to obey the law. Otherwise, magkakaroon tayo ng chaos. If each and every one of us will not obey the law, magkakagulo po tayo. So, the law mandates, even Executive Order number 338, 1996, which was signed by then President Ramos in 1996, nandun sa penalty niya eh. Sanction, Section 6. Failure to comply with the provisions of this order shall subject the responsible officials and employees to appropriate criminal and or administrative actions as the circumstances may warrant. This is the basis of the joint circular of 1997. It is directing the deposit of cash balances to the National Treasury. Ito po yung legal basis nun eh. So, sumunod po tayo. Nagtataka, kagaya ng tanong ni Honorable Mojib Ataman, explain nyo sa amin kung bakit ayaw nyong sumunod. Doon kami, in-explain namin kay Presidente. Kaya nagrantan yung exemption namin. I-explain nyo sa amin bakit. Tinatanungan ni Honorable Mojib eh. bakit ayaw niyo na mag-comply? Ano ang dahilan? Kasi pag nasagot po ninyo yun, ay siguro magkakaroon po tayo ng common understanding. Ang pinagtataka namin, kung bakit ayaw ninyo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Ako. Anyway, Koa. Please proceed.
Ay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Kanina pa to,
Ay.
balikan ko lang.
Ay.
Please proceed.
Okay lang. Okay na po, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify na si NCMF as an NCMF auditor, may access po ako sa accounting records nila. So si NCMF, ang accounting treatment nila, pag nire-record nila ang collection ng Mutawi fees, nire-record nila sa trust liabilities account. So ang treatment talaga nila sa Mutawi fees is trust receipt. So nag-comply po sila doon with regards to trust receipt, nire-record po nila yun sa books. So may audit jurisdiction po ako doon, and then may mga findings and recommendations po ako doon. Incorporated naman po siya doon sa mga ARs na nasubmit po namin sa inyo. Ang violate po nila is yun nga, hindi na, yung existing balance, you may correct me po if I'm wrong, na ang interpretation ko po dito sa 3.1 ng Joint Circular na all national government cash balances yung year-end balance, December 31, ay dapat i-deposit sa National Treasury. So yun po yung na-violate ni NCMF na hindi nila dine-deposit. Yun lang po, sir.
Chair, last lang.
Ay,
Bakit meron bang mga ending balance after HAJJ?
Meron po, sir, pero konti lang. Base lang po yun sa bank statement po, sa bank statement, PNB. Nakikita po namin yun kasi sinasabit po ng NCMF yun sa amin.
Kong Khalid. Before we proceed, no, let me acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Majority Leader, Janet Karin. Honorable Khalid, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, in relation to the House resolution I filed, I submitted to the Commission on Audit and also to the Bureau of Treasury letters that were not answered to me during the budget deliberations when I questioned or rather than question ko, for example, I asked na sagutin mo na lang ako in writing. I was never answered by the Commission on Audit. The same also with the Department of Finance. Rather than question the Department of Finance, I requested Secretary Jokno, please answer my letter, but I don't have to put it into the record. So Mr. Chair, just to place it on the record in today's committee hearing, I have submitted to the Commission of Audit and the Bureau of Treasury if they can submit just for record purposes lang yung legal opinion ng agency whether or not the NCMF is compliant to Republic 9997, specifically in regards to the Mutawi fees and the treatment of it as a deposit of it as a trust fund. I'd like to continue the discussion in regards to the jurisdiction of COA, Mr. Chair. So can we again, please, can I get COA to answer? Does COA have the jurisdiction to look into the PNB account of the NCMF?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And then second is because the privileged speeches of Representative Zia and Yasser, if I remember correctly, has mostly to do with the service providers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And this ultimately relates to the procurement process. So when the NCMF starts its procurement for the service providers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the annual HAJJ pilgrimage, what is the involvement of the Commission on Audit?
Actually, sir, Mr. Chair, hindi po kami involved sa procurement. So ang result lang ng audit namin is based lang sa nasasabit sa amin mga contracts with service providers. Pero with regards to the procurement, kung anong ginagawa nila sa Saudi, di po namin alam yun.
There is, we have our processes under the procurement law. No? And if, let's say, for example, one specific thing. In the LGU, we need, before we start procurement, we need the CAF, Certificate of Availability of Funds. Or I don't know, I think in the national government, it's a SARO or something like that. Do we have that?
Wala po, Mr. Chair, kasi wala yung hotel accommodation, hindi po yun included sa annual procurement plan ng NCMF.
So yeah, what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Chair, is because you have the General Appropriations Act, no? And that's the fund from the budget that's given to NCMF. I think there's no question there. They're in compliance. Now, the HAJJ funds, the motor fees, is something a little bit different. So whether or not we strictly follow the Government Procurement Act or not, that's what we want to, I think, identify. And also to determine whether or not COA has jurisdiction of it. And now we have the answer, yes. Based on your answer, na COA does have a jurisdiction over the PNB account. However, you're not privy to the procurement process.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's
And
correct.
and NCMF's compliance to the procurement process. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Chair, this committee would direct the Commission on Audit for a special audit on the procurement process of the motor fee so that we can get an unbiased assessment on how it has been utilized. Does the Commission on Audit have that jurisdiction?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That helps us a lot.
With the indulgence of Kong Khalid. Not this year, kasi hindi pa tayo tapos sa 2022. Ano yung findings doon sa mga mutawif fee?
Let me refer to your question, sir, sa CAR, incorporated sa.
Mr. Chair, if I may interject, 2022 is an abnormal HAJJ program, and this is what the Committee on Muslim Affairs conducted a hearing on last year. It was a transition from the pandemic period, so there are a lot of new policies and a new portal that was established by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I just want to insert that because I think it would be unfair to malign the NCMF, which Muslim Filipinos are supposed to trust to take care of us when we go on Hajj, when they had an adjustment period with the new system of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the 2022 Hajj experience.
Anyway, kung ganun yung sitwasyon noong 2022, previous to that, what was the last? 2019? Hindi, pero 2019.
2019, Mr. Chair.
2019,
Walang Hajj ng 2020, 2021.
because of the pandemic. Pero 2019, do you have the records?
Meron, sir.
O, yun na lang. Pakitingnan na lang kasi hindi naman siguro, then you submit, at least siguro 2019 and 2022 rin. Para makita lang natin yung yung report dun sa Mutawi fees.
Mr. Chair, in relation to audit, COA, meron ho kayong di ba? May records naman kayo ng mga audit nyo.
Meron,
Bang
sir.
bigyan kami ng mga 5 years.
Nagsubmit na kami, Mr. Chair,
Saan nyo sinabi?
kahapon dito sa House Committee on Public Accounts.
Okay, thank you.
That, yung submission niya, that includes the Mutawi fee?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Separate yun, separate.
Kasama na po siya doon, sir.
Kasama na doon.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige.
Yes.
Please.
After you. Hindi kasi,
Kawa pa rin.
yes, about the COA. Kasi
Proceed.
you questioned about the 2022 Hajj, Mr. Chair, and I agree with Congressman Calde. There was an innovation in improvement of the system, not done by the NCMF, but the Saudi Arabia. They have created the portal, the ELM. But I guess the COA has already submitted their report, these allowances. This is about the 124 private individuals, not necessarily connected with officially with the NCMF, and the part of the MOE was used for the purchase of their tickets. So I guess that's where Khalid had the problem, and the committee itself, because it's not part of the jurisdiction of the Committee on Muslim Affairs to discuss about that. And so that's why this is one of the documents that they have submitted to the members of. I just want to put that into record, Mr. Chair, that COA in fact has came out with the audit report regarding the travel fare of NCMF supervisory team, payment of 120 private individuals. This was treated as disallowance.
Mr. Chair, mag-i-issue pa lang po kami ng notice of disallowance regarding dito, yung 19.9 million, yung private individual. Hindi pa po kami nag-i-issue, pero
This is-
incorporated siya sa AR.
This is an audit report coming from your office. This was the 2022. 2022, ito yung pinag-ano na.
Yes.
Nagsasalubong ba kayo 2022 yung ano?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you have not yet.
Hindi pa po ako nag-issue ng notice of disallowance, pero yung audit findings regarding niya sa sinabi ni Congressman Zia, incorporated po siya sa 2022 audit reports for NCMF.
Yeah.
Yes,
You confirm.
yes, Mr. Chair. I confirm.
So ang wala na lang is the notice of disallowance.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
When can you,
Maybe next week.
next week?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Huwag tayong maano kasi yung documents that was requested to you was only submitted yesterday.
Yes, Mr.
So
Chair.
medyo aga-agahan nyo. So next week,
Yes, Mr.
you will expect next week. Okay, thank you. Please proceed. Kung
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just clarification, yung notice of disallowance, Mr. Chair, I don't want us to be misconstrued na we're being biased either for or against the NCMF. The notice of disallowance is already, was already, in preparation for it to be released. I just want to put it on the record, because it might be misunderstood that the COA is being tasked to issue a disallowance upon the instruction of Congress. So please make a clarification on that statement regarding a disallowance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. For evaluation muna to ng cluster namin sa COA Central Office bago kami mag-issue ng notice of disallowance.
Thank you, thank you. The issuance of the notice of disallowance is for 2022, HAJJ. So nandyan na. We've already been issued a disallowance. So that's, I think, between the agency and COA. No, that's the 2022. Now, I'm understanding that they're studying whether or not to issue another disallowance for 2023. That's how I understand the COA. But it's still being studied. 2022 may disallowance.
No. Sandali, kung Khalid. Let me check again. Ano ba yung sinasabi niya that you will release an NCA
NCAs.
notice of disallowance on
Ah.
for 2022?
Upon instruction muna po ng cluster.
Yeah.
For 2022, Mr. Chair.
2022 ba?
Kasi hindi pa po ako nag-start mag-audit ng 2023 kasi nakasubmit lang sa amin.
Just want to
Yes,
make
po.
it clear. Thank you
Yes,
for
Mr.
that
Chair.
clarification.
COA. Yung binabanggit nyo, itong notice of disallowance sa report nyo, hindi pa to approve ng cluster nyo?
Hindi pa po.
Eh, bakit nyo nilabas?
Ay, hindi pa po yun. Hindi pa po namin nailalabas, Mr.
Bakit?
Chair.
Ano to?
Sasagot pa eh. May sagutan pa eh. So,
Not yet pa po. Wala pa po.
Mr. Chair, yeah, very quickly, just to align.
Nasa report po. Nasa report.
Okay.
Pero
Mr. Chair, ma'am, sorry para lang alam po tayo lahat. Ang proseso po, merong audit observation memo, right? Okay. After the audit observation memo, the party will have to respond. Tama po ba? Magko-comply. After noon, gaano katagal yun, ma'am?
sa AOM po, they have given within 5 days to comply.
Okay.
Opo.
So 5 days pag nag-comply sila, magkakaroon kayo ng analysis. Sabihin na natin analysis. Ano katagal kayo dapat mag-analyze before nyo issue yung ND or hindi nyo issue yung ND?
Ganito po kasi yun, ma'am, ay Mr. Chair. So AOM muna, then pag nag-submit sila ng si management ng comment, i-evaluate namin yun. So kung okay, so mag-i-issue kami, hindi na okay na, hindi na namin i-incorporate yun, hindi na namin isasama sa audit report. Pero kung hindi kami amenable sa kanilang management comment or justification, i-incorporate namin yan sa annual audit report. So ito, in case dun sa 19 million yung sa private individuals, na-incorporate na po namin yun sa annual audit report
Okay.
for
Ma'am, shorten
2022.
ko lang ha, ganito yun. May AOM, sumagot na, tiningnan nyo, nakita nyo na may business, ka-include nyo ra. Nung na-include nyo, ano yung next step?
Ang next step po niyan is mag-i-issue kami ng notice of disallowance pero upon instruction po ng cluster namin ng COA Central Office.
Oh, so,
Apo.
ibig sabihin, dapat may instruction mo na hindi siya na kasama, kaakibat dun sa proseso?
Let me refer that to,
Mr. Chair, let's straighten that and let's include the timetable para rin alam nila.
Eh, sino sasagot, attorney? Ikaw? Please proceed.
we will take note on this na lang po, Mr. Chair, then i-relay po namin sa central office before kami mag-issue ng notice of disallowance po.
Pero na-relay nyo.
Issue po kami para
Pero na-relay nyo na.
hindi pa po, i-relay ko po. Po itong hearing, i-relay ko agad, sir.
Tama.
Mr. Chair.
Kaya ko mabuti na lang ganun gawin niyo after this hearing. Kasi yung kabilang issue namin, direct pa namin. To inform the chair, the cluster.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, kasi medyo busy kami nitong nakaraang talaga nag-attend ng mga Senate hearings.
So after this hearing, you commit that you will send
Yes, Mr. Chair.
to
Yes, Mr. Chair.
we don't, the committee no need to,
Yes, Mr. Chair. We will, comply. Fast
okay,
track.
thank you.
ASAP.
Anyone?
So thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
I'd like to ask direct now to my questions to the Bureau of Treasury. So my understanding is when the NCMF collects the motor fees, it's supposed to be submitted into a trust fund and deposited with the National Treasury. And then when it's deposited by the National Treasury, we can then issue certification of available funds, wherein the procurement process can begin. I'd like to ask Mr. Chair, the Bureau of Treasury, on their part as a national line agency, can they define the NCMF PNB account, the funds that the motor fees collected by the NCMF and deposited in the PNB account, is that a private fund or a public fund? Considering how I understand it, they have not surrendered or deposited yet to the National Treasury.
First of all, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Going back lang dun sa 2010 I guess na set up po yung NCMF and then pag-establish po ng trust funds. After yung 2010, ang development po, Mr. Chair, ng 2014 was that we had a treasury single account wherein we tried to consolidate all of the funds of the national government within the treasury. At that point, there was a communication, Mr. Chair, to which the treasury also responded, allowing or actually not interposing no objections on the what you call this? Let me just read, Mr. Chair. We interposed no objections on the opening of the trust fund. As to that setup, Mr. Chair, during 2014, there was still no exact provisions in the GAA as to the treatment of that trust account. This was later clarified, Mr. Chair. In 2015, there was a special provision in the GAA, particularly, if I may read, expenses for the conduct of the HAJJ, receipts from payment made in advance by pilgrims and other donations, to cover expenses shall be deposited with the National Treasury and booked as trust receipts. So, Mr. Chair, we did allow at that time the setup of the trust fund. We interposed no objections. We interpret that it was later superseded by the special provision in the GAA for 2015, thereby instructing the NCMF to comply with the provisions of SCOA DBM-DOF Joint Circular number 1-97.
So if I understand, Mr. Chair, the answer of DOF and the Bureau of Treasury, it was since at the very least since 2015 where the compliance has been requested on the part of the NCMF.
Yes,
and
Mr. Chair.
Up to this current year, there has been no compliance in regards to the joint memorandum circular. Am I correct in understanding the Bureau of Treasury's answer?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, just to make it more simple, can we consider the monies of the pilgrims deposited, private individuals deposited into the PNB account of the NCMF as quote unquote public funds?
Okay. Tax receipts. Well, at the very least, Mr. Chair, we consider it based on the definition of the law as trust receipts. So basically, all the guidelines that are covered that cover such accounts should apply to the NCMF.
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, our resource person from the Bureau of Treasury will need to consult your agency. But that should be submitted to the committee, Mr. Chair, and that specifically is what I'm asking for. On what is this fund that has that of the pilgrims that has been deposited into the PNB account of NCMF? Is it a public fund? We already cleared with COA that they have jurisdiction. In the part of the DBM, they believe that it's the letter that was submitted to me by Secretary Pangandaman that NCMF should submit to the Treasury. That's the step that's missing. So we need from the Bureau of Treasury an answer as to whether or not that is a public fund subject to the procurement law and so forth. Can we get a commitment, Mr. Chair, for an official answer written to and submitted to the committee from the Bureau of Treasury as to the compliance of NCMF to Republic Act 997 on establishing a trust fund, and also to answer my query whether or not, quote unquote, the monies collected from the pilgrims and deposited into the PNB account for 2023 is to be considered a public fund.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we shall comply.
Thank you. Next, I would like to understand also the treatment of private versus public funds. Now, for example, taxpayers, me, if I were to pay my taxes, I pay the BIR, and the BIR issues me a receipt. So, if I pay the BIR, let's say this year, last March, April, May, and my payment becomes, quote unquote, a public fund submitted to the National Treasury. My payment to the BIR would be used when? When will that fund be used? Well, that will be used for the 2024 Appropriations Act. When will it be used in the 2023 expenditures of the government?
Mr. Chair, all collections by government agencies, as provided by the guidelines of the Treasury, are remitted to the National Treasury one day after they are collected. As such, they form or they accrue to the general fund, which will then be used to fund the national budget. If we paid it towards the beginning of the year, first quarter, of course, it will be used used for the priorities for the current year. Any excess from that will then, of course, be used for the funding of subsequent years' appropriations in accordance with the law, Mr. Chair.
And I just like to put this in my line of questions in perspective. For the local government units, our basis for expenditures is the ERA. I think there's a new name for it now. No? And
National tax allocation, Mr. Chair.
NTA, national tax allocation. And the national tax allocation is computed 3 years prior, if not mistaken, no? So that was my question also, so I can get a general understanding. Local government units, our basis for budgeting and expenditure is based on 3 years prior. No? For national government, it's based on what? No? From sitting here in Congress, it's very complicated. I understand the forecast on how much revenue we will be collecting this year so that we will have X amount available to use for expenditure next year. Now, what's difficult with the NCMF is they collect the HAJJ fees 1 month, 2 months. I don't think they even reach 3 months prior to the actual HAJJ pilgrimage. So, on your assessment in the Bureau of Treasury, because ideally, the ideal setup would be a collection from the pilgrims submitted to the Treasury, and then an issuance of a certification of available funds, and then you follow the procurement process. And if you follow the procurement process, specifically competitive bidding, I think the minimum time that it will take is 3 months, if I remember correctly. And it might take even longer. So the predicament of the NCMF is the time that they have from the collection of the mutual fees from the pilgrims for them to do competitive bidding in accordance to the Government Procurement Act. So that's why I want to put things into perspective. Kami sa LGU, we have our 3 years, we can already forecast our ERA, we can make a budget based on the ERA, and then we can have yung certificate of available funds and then do our bidding. In the national government, there's a certain system. Now, I would like, now for the NCMF, they have a difficulty, that's how I see them, because they collect the monies from the pilgrims almost too short of a time between collection and our actual HAJJ performance of the HAJJ. So on the part of the Bureau of Treasury, what would you say is an adequate amount of time so that we can follow above board the Government Procurement Act? So for example, if the NCMF were to conduct the HAJJ in 2024, which is around June, at what point of time should they have all of the monies collected from the pilgrims in a trust fund in accordance to government rules and regulations, deposited and certified that those funds are available so they can conduct public bidding? That's what I'd like to ask the Bureau of Treasury.
Okay, Mr. Chair, just offhand, for me, Mr. Chair, there should be no difficulty in forecasting how much they would be spending, because the nature of trust receipts, trust funds, is that they are non-fungible. They can only be spent in line with the purpose for which they were created. So that should be in line with RA 9997. So unlike, Mr. Chair, unlike government funds, unlike the general fund, which is fungible, meaning we have to follow the prioritization in the budget, all the funds that go into these trust receipts will go only to funding that singular activity. So I guess the forecasting, the time limit needed will really rely on the procurement process, which of course, each agency has their own nuances as to the difficulty for procuring, and I cannot comment, Mr. Chair, on how long it will take to arrange an enormous activity such as a HAJJ pilgrimage.
So if I can understand the answer of the Bureau of Treasury, a forecast will suffice.
Yes.
For example, for 2024 HAJJ, we know that we spent X amount this year. We can start the procurement for HAJJ services as early as, let's say, December this year or January next year, in the absence of money available.
I believe, Mr. Chair, that those procurement activities, advanced procurement activities, are allowed by the DBM short of award. And of course, again, we just have to follow the disbursement process, and that should not be a major hindrance, Mr. Chair, towards the utilization of the HAJJ funds.
Okay. My last line of questioning, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the Bureau of Treasury for their clarifications, is to the NCMF. Can you please enlighten this committee on the difficulty that you have in regards to the procurement of service providers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, considering that you have a short time to collect from the pilgrims and also to award, no? So maybe you can explain to us how you do the procurement for service providers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. From the very beginning, if I'm not mistaken, there's a regular back bidding and awards committee for the GAA budget, and there's a special back for the HAJJ pilgrimage. Can you please explain so that all of us will understand what is the process of the NCMF to conduct bidding procurement for service providers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
I request Your Honor that Attorney Alpion will be the one to answer this or explain this process. Attorney Alpion.
With the kind indulgence of the Honorable Chair,
Go ahead.
It is really very difficult for the NCMF to strictly follow the procurement method or process that is enumerated or defined in RA 9184, because first and foremost, in the preparation of ABC approved budget contract before the conduct of the procurement, while the law allows that you can foresee, you can estimate, you can come up with an estimate of approved budget account based on historical records, but in the case of mutawif fees, and when we speak of mutawif fees, it does not only involve the payment for housing. No, there are payments there in the breakdown which are mandatory, which are prescribed by the Ministry of HAJJ, by the Saudi government. And every year almost there is there are changes in the payment. For example, in 2022, there was no ground services fee. But in 2023, it immediately popped out in the portal ELM. And you cannot generate one visa in the ELM without paying, because it will pop out. You have to pay this ground services of $400+. So these are the factors that really make it difficult. Aside from the fact that, you know, the rate, hotel rates in Saudi Arabia, in Makkah, in those hotels, specifically within the Markaziyah, within the 2-kilometer radius of Masjid al-Haram, it really depends on the season. For example, even those who go to Umrah, if you will book now, the price, even in the 5-star Abrads, if you will book now, for example, for Ramadan, you will get 5,000. But 1 month before Ramadan, the rate will go up by $8,000. And that happened last year. I personally experienced that. And of course, during Hajj, definitely, there will be, the prices will, the rates will fluctuate. So it is very difficult to foresee as what is allowed for an estimate of an approved budget contract that is not yet existing. As in the case, for example, of the mutawif fees that have to be paid by the pilgrims. The problem with the NCMF is that we have to conduct the procurement as early as possible, because we are competing with other countries for best hotels. We are racing against time, and we have no choice but to procure these hotels, even though the money are still not with us. It will still be collected 4 months, 3 months before, after our procurement. So this is really the inconvenience, the difficulty. So we would like to be helped by the Congress and by all the government entities involved on this matter.
Mr. Chair, can I ask Attorney Apion, because my question was not answered. We want to understand what is the procurement process that let's say for this year, 2023, because that's the topic of the privileged speech of the 2 congressmen. Now, what is the timetable and the calendar of activities for the procurement process of the NCMF? From what I understand, it begins in the Hajj conference. And then after that, you will be allocated X amount of pilgrims. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Ministry of Hajj will allocate X amount of pilgrims from the Philippines. That is your quota. You cannot exceed that. No. So, and then that's where you start the procurement process. And then you have to so explain to us at what point of how do you do the procurement for the Hajj in the absence of funds, no? And then explain to us also the difficulties. Like what you said, I'm sure there's not that many hotels or service providers that that will give you a reservation or commitment based on word of honor. No? They will probably be looking for some sort of deposit or maybe even advance payment. So explain to us in the committee so we can understand the nature of conducting the annual Hajj pilgrimage and the difficulties you are experiencing.
Yes, Your Honor. Last year, 2023, This is how this year, this is how the procurement was conducted. During as pointed out by you earlier, sir, that during the HAJJ annual conference in January, maybe around January 9, after attending the HAJJ conference, wherein, as you have mentioned, that the mother contract was executed between the Ministry of HAJJ and the NCMF. In that mother contract, the Ministry of HAJJ will determine what is the quota for the Philippines, and it is based on the ratio of 1,000 to 1 million. If there are, for example, in their estimate, maybe they estimate that there are around 9 million Muslim Filipinos, and that is why they put there 9,000. And also in that contract, they will also compute how many members will consist of the so-called administrative and medical affairs office, or because the Pilgrims Affairs Office or the mission is composed of two: the administrative, the supervisory, and the medical. And they put there the number of 100 in the contract. And they also laid down all the requirements, all the contracts that must be entered into, for example, transportation contracts with the NACABA. NACABA is a government entity established by royal decree. You have no choice there. You cannot conduct procurement there. It is in charge of the transportation. All transportation from arrival of the pilgrims in Saudi Arabia to the hotel, to the from Medina to Makkah, Makkah to Mina, to Arafah, to Muzdalifah to Mina, and back to hotel, and then to airport in Jeddah, are all paid to the NACABA. They are the ones in charge. And the Wukala and Al-Adila establishment in Medina, and also the Tawafa company service providers.
Please explain for the sake of our non-Muslim brothers that are here, what those are in Medina.
Yeah, the Adila office that will supervise the stay of the pilgrims in Medina. They will take custody of the passports, and they will also be in charge of facilitating the Umrah or travel from Medina to Makkah. And they will also provide some monitoring and assistance for relative to housing and accommodation services while they are in Medina. But they will not specifically control the religious aspects. That is why it's called Adilla, guidance, dalil. And the Wukala is also a government entity, like a government entity. It is in charge of facilitating the arrival of the pilgrim at the entry port and the departure of the pilgrims at the exit port. One of the most significant services provided by the Wukala is the bag handling matters, baggages. There will be porters. This is not done in Umrah. It is not done in Umrah, but in Hajj it is required. So we have to contract with the Wukala. So all of these are now embodied in the mother contract. We have to follow this. Otherwise, the Ministry of Hajj says we will not issue you a single visa, even though we have given you 9,000. So you have to enter into contracts for housing. At the same time, after the conclusion of the Hajj conference and the execution of contract between the so-called mother contract between the Ministry of Hajj and the NCMF personnel will take advantage of the opportunity of that time, because it is costly to go back and forth to Saudi Arabia. So by our tradition, practice, ever since this has been done, procurement is done on the occasion of attendance to the annual Hajj conference, to so to speak, to strike two birds with one stone. So after that conference, they will now call at that time there was no procurement committee created yet by virtue of office order, which created because I'm also a member of that committee. There were PWGs, but we're not yet formally technical working group for the procurement committee uh, present during that time. So they took advantage of their presence there. Dr. Abdul Hanan Tago was there, who is actually a member of the TWG for the procurement committee for 2023. The chief of the pilgrimage division of the Bureau of Pilgrimage Authority, Mr. Sainuddin Usudan, who is the chairman of the procurement committee that was later created in February, because that happened in January, was also there. And Mr. Omar Mandia, the HAJJ attaché, who is also a member, our co-member in the procurement committee, was already there. So these three conducted the procurement, started the procurement. There are around 12 steps that are enumerated in the HAJJ manual and also in the office order creating our committee. So they started the ball rolling, so to speak, with HAJJ attaché Omar Mandia after securing the approved a call for proposal with terms of reference stated in the call for proposal and have it advertised or posted in the premises of the Philippine General Consulate Office in Jeddah, and also in his office of the HAJJ attaché, which can be considered an extension of the premises of the procuring entity, and i.e. NCMF, because he belongs to NCMF. So there was compliance with the law on this aspect as far as RA 9184 is concerned, specifically on posting of notices in or call for proposal in the premises of the procuring entity. So it was set, the deadline to submit proposal was set to January 9. And true enough, came January 9, there were 12 participants. So it is even more open, more transparent, giving wider dissemination of bid opportunities than just sending RFQ. Because sending RFQ, you can just handpick 1 or 3. The minimum is 3. You have already complied. We want to open the bid opportunities for everyone. Mohabak was one of the 12 they submitted, and it is embodied in the housing evaluation report. And so the opening of the envelope was set on January 19. January 19.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair, can I just, before I get lost, just pause muna. So we have the government requirements. The government requirements are non-questionable. It's a requirement of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There's no bidding for that. We follow what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia requires, the Ministry of Hajj. And part of that requirement are the logistics, the transportation. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, Your Honor.
So this is the bus from in Medina, which is part of the complaint that we heard last committee meeting. One of the sheikhs were saying now we were picked up in the middle of the afternoon, init. This is the worst time to ever be picked up. That is not part of the competitive bidding of NCMF. That is conducted by royal decree transportation services of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes. In Arabic, it is called Naqaba. He translated to English as General Car Syndicate. General Car Syndicate. In the contract that is submitted to you, that English transaction, you will see General Car
So
Syndicate.
when you conduct the bidding, it does not include those transportation.
No.
It's the bidding that you conduct. What's a competitive selection process? It entails what?
Yeah, for hotels only, hotel accommodation in Makkah and Medina, including food.
Including food.
Yes.
Hotel and accommodations in Mecca and Medina, including food.
Yes.
Transportation is government provide subsidy entity. Government
It
entity.
is required. We have no choice.
Yeah.
As far as service provider for Mashair. For Mashair are the holy sites. The Hajj proper, when pilgrims go to Mina for Tarwiyah and then to Arafah for Wukuf, and then for Muzdalifah for Mabit, staying in Muzdalifah and then going back to Mina for Ayamut Tashriq with around more or less 5 days period. The food, the accommodation there, the tent accommodation, the food and other services, these are also provided by very few accredited service provider. At that time, January, Hindi pa siya fully privatized. As pareho lang siya before, which is muassasa. We have also no choice at that time. And it was the muassasa who approached the delegation, as usual, as was done in the past. And so they have no choice but to get the muassasa. This is the Tawafa company or the guiding company or assisting company for Hajj, for designated only for Southeast Asian pilgrims. So you cannot choose, you cannot go over the backward to other.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the clarification, Attorney Apon. But let's continue my question regarding the timeline. I just want to make it clear to the committee that there are services that you cannot question. That is required of the Ministry of Hajj in the
Yes.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So transportation is one of them. Taking care of the yung mga baggages is another. Some of the religious requirements also is part. What NCMF is doing a competitive selection process for is the hotel and the food.
Yes.
That's how I understand it. So please continue your timetable and story so that we can understand the procurement process. To shoot two birds in one stone, during the HAJJ conference, you already invited and you posted yung request for procurement of service providers. And then they will submit yung mga proposals to you. From last you said there were 12 participants. And then when I cut you off short of opening the envelope, please continue the story so we can understand the process of NCMF.
As step 3 that was done by the procurement committee, opening of the proposals held at the conference room of Jeddah Philippine Consulate General was attended by the service providers who participated, the 12, presided by the Arabic speaking among the delegates, Dr. Alim Abdul Hannan Tago, presided over the opening, attended, witnessed by Vice Consul Jeremy P. Atento of the Jeddah PCG. He delivered the welcome address. The 5 observer sheikhs representing legitimate organizations.
Can you
were
state
there.
your name, the name of the sheikhs that are there?
Yes, of course. Sheikh Abdul Mujib Arif from Samba Sulta, Sheikh Makdum Miranda from Samba Sulta also, Sheikh Samsunahar de Bagalen from Maguindanao, Sheikh Ansari Abdul Malik, Sheikh Khairuddin Sharif.
The last one, from where? Yeah, I heard from Mindanao.
The last 2 are from Marawi, from Lanao. Because Lanao del Sur and Lanao del Norte.
Are they present today? The check mentioned. They're not.
Who is the sheikh? Sorry, Miss, if I can just clarify, who is the sheikh again from Lanao del Sur? Sheikh Khairuddin is not here because he has no complaints regarding the conduct of the
Sheikh Ansari Abdul Malik, sir.
Sheikh Ansari Abdul Malik.
And Lanao del Norte is Sheikh Khairuddin Sharif.
Comsec is directed to invite all those mentioned check, the 5 check that attended the procurement meeting.
Noted, Mr. Chair.
And they represent that
Please submit the names to the Comsec after this hearing.
we will submit the housing evaluation report, the procurement evaluation report.
May we also, Mr. Chair,
Please,
request, because you've mentioned about contracts. Can we also request NCMF attorney to
Yes.
submit all your proposals? Submit the reports on the selected bids and including the purchase orders. Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
yes, it's here.
Everything that you've mentioned.
Yeah.
In English, not in Arabic, in
Yeah.
English, kasi baka
So,
mga
if-
Arabic yan.
Mr. Chair, if you can continue their explanation, you have the opening of bids. In the presence of the opening, on behalf of the sheikhs that are tasked to, like look for pilgrims,
Yeah.
kasi that the pilgrims, they find the sheikh and then the sheikh is the one that leads them in Hajj. So representing all the sheikhs are those 5. And the role there is just to witness the opening of bids, or is the role there consultative in nature?
Observer and also to assist in the inspection, in the selection, but not to vote. But not to
Mr.
vote.
Chair.
Okay.
Just enough, if I may interject. Who chooses them?
How are these sheikhs chosen? So for us in Lanao del Norte, I can categorically say that is who the governor wants. And that is who we want also.
Uh, every year, almost the HAJJ contingents from the Philippines are divided into three groups or three maktabs. Namely, the Samba Sulta region, the Lanao region, and the Maguindanao. So all of the pilgrims will be assigned with this maktab. This is very important. This is very crucial. Maktab assignment. And so these five delegates represent supposedly the three maktabs because they belong to the organizations of
The
this age.
question, attorney, to cut you short, for a while. Ang question kasi, sino pumipili?
I have personal
yung selection
experiences with the in the case of Samba Sulta, where I come from, they have one organization there. Yeah, so they were the ones who designate, select
Yung sa iba,
their
na
representatives.
walang single
I
foundation.
believe in Lanao, they have so many, there are five or more than five organizations.
Ganito lang. So, ang process is, yung delegation for that five is based on the foundation.
Yes.
Kung sino yung nasa foundation, sino yung recommend ng foundation, siya yung pwedeng sumama. Ganon. Ang conflict lang is if in one area, maraming foundation. Who will decide?
I am not privy or honor to
That's why
how they came up with the.
We're talking about, okay, sa isang area, na isa ng foundation. Yung iba. Ang sinabi mo kasi, yung isang area is only one. In your case, isa lang. What about
In Maguindanao, I think there's only one organization, and Samsuna is the vice president, I think. He's the vice president, so he could represent.
you want to say something? In relation to the selection?
Yeah, if we can allow Mr. Chair, so it will be more orderly that we allow them to finish explaining the procurement process.
So
Then we
let's solve
question.
the selection process. Okay, please. Attorney, please
So
proceed.
the program
Can we
ran
wait?
smoothly according to the plan, and so it proceeded to the fourth step, the mechanics of the opening and evaluation. So when the proposals were open in the presence, all of them were the envelope, and the NCMF started filling up the matrix. The matrix would look like this. The matrix. Sample 12 service providers, the name, and then corresponding to there are entries like the cell phone numbers, the task rate, the permit of this service provider, the experience, how long, the experience certificate, if there's any, the price, the quotation, and also other matters are stated here. One by one, they are now completing, accomplishing this matrix, the committee. So in the presence, and so after that, they will evaluate it. But before evaluating, after the opening of the proposal and laying down of the mechanics, they proceeded to the conduct of ocular inspection of these hotels. So the 5 sheikhs and the committee members all went to these hotels that were mentioned, offered by the different bidders. So, for example, they said, we conducted an ocular inspection of the offered hotels the following day, January 17 and 18, for Makkah, and January 19 for Medina. The order of the ocular inspection was determined through a raffle drawing by the service providers present during the opening. Those absentees got the last numbers. The result of the raffle draw was in the following: Zain Group first, Musat Al Mustaqin, Jauri Hotels, and so on and so forth, up to the 12 listed here. So they conducted all those inspection of all those hotels. There are many hotels, like for example, Zen Group came up with two suggested hotels for a price of 6,250 reals, Saudi real. It did not say, maybe it is with food. It is with food. Because in the terms of preference, it is indicated with food, including food, and but inclusive. So that we will not, on top of this, pay the VAT, which is 15%, I think, there. Because the Saudi government is now, part of the reforms are imposing so many types also of, natututo na sila sa atin types of taxes. Dati, yung HAJJ visa libre, ngayon hindi na. So, Nusrat Al Mustaqim, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hotels. Ziaur Hotels, one only. But the price is 6,200, 6,250. Aber International, which is one of the service providers. Hindi ba na-mention sa privilege page ng ating makagalang-galang na si Mr. Muad Arishi? He is the CEO of this Aber International. They offered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10 hotels. Their price is 5,800 real only, with VAT and then with food. And then the location, you can the distance, you can see 1.5, 1.5 kilometers, because that is what we wanted, to be near Aram. In 2019, former Secretary Pangarungan heeded the call of others that no matter how far it is, we want to, it's maybe not a 5-star hotel to get a 5-star hotel, but a new hotel. But actually, that the Al Hidayah Hotel cannot be considered. I myself cannot consider the services and the MSS, although it is new, as even 3-star compared here. But this was very far, 8 kilometers, around 8 kilometers from Masjid Al Haram. There are bus shuttles services, but you cannot rely on this experience-wise. And so when Secretary Pangarungan conducted a meeting with the Shish, all of them say, we did not come here to sleep in the hotel. We do not care for 5-star hotel. We want to be beside, as near as walking distance only. So, kaya nahihirapan ng NCMF, ano ba talaga? Pag lalayo talaga tayo, ayaw nyo. Pag lalapit tayo, medyo hindi naman, kasi kung 5-star, grabe ang mahal, hindi natin ma-afford. So, yun po ang mga, that is what we wanted the bidders to come up, at least affordable.
So, actually, wala kayong special bids and awards committee Sinabi nung last. Tapos you're mentioning about bids na.
Mr. Chair, this is the explanation of NCMF, how they conducted the procurement process. So maybe we can question again their line of answers from last committee meeting after we concluded, I hope we can reach to the point na on how they awarded the service providers. Seems to me it's only hotel and food, and how did they do the payment? Because in the end, that's what I'm really curious about in terms of public funds. Public funds follow a certain process by Republic Act. And then secondly, payment of service providers. So we can understand two sides of the coin. What is required of by the national government, by our laws, and also the difficulty that the NCMF is experiencing when conducting the HAJJ every year. So please continue, if we can allow, Mr. Chair, the continuation of their timeline schedule for the procurement.
Ano na, mahaba pa?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mahaba pa?
Medyo. This is only the first report.
Ano na, i-shorten mo na lang, wag na yung mga masyadong detalye.
So, just to be fair with Sir Jamal here, because he appeared to us, our impression is that at that time, he was connected to Muhra Bakka. But I don't know in what capacity, but their boss, the Saudi national, was there personally participating. The Muhra Bakka submitted 3 proposals, 3 hotels. One is Swiss Al Khalil 800 meters for the price of 800 meters distance to the Masjid al-Haram, meaning for the price of 7,000 Saudi Riyal without food pa. Oh. Another is Al-Ulayan 1.5 kilometers, 7,500 without food. The third is Ali Yamama Hotel, and I think this is the one that we inspected during Ramadan. Oh. I myself was there. In Bakhakurais, that is the place where Arajihi is located. It is more or less 10 kilometers or even beyond. If we have to draw a straight line on the map, well, it may appear 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, but between these are mountains, ring roads. You know, in Saudi, in Makkah and Medina, they have the so-called ring roads. So even 3 kilometers straight line distance, but following the route, the available route, it will be around almost 10 kilometers. So this is what they offered. To be fair, because this was brought out last hearing. And so all of this were conducted, inspection of proposed hotels for Medina. The team went to Medina, and there were 3 bidders, but the other bidders also came up with very high quotations, and the cheapest was that of Abir. And so step 7, from this inspection and the proposals submitted by the bidders, the committee came up with the so-called list of Sheikh's preferred hotels in Makkah, okay, with the corresponding proposed price of service in Makkah and Medina, Sheikh's preferred hotels. So they recommended, the team in January, they recommended that their evaluation, what they did from step 1 to step 6, should be immediately validated, and that as early as possible, the signing of the contract be done, because we are competing against other countries on this matter. This may be available at that time, 1 week after, and true enough, when our team went back, this time we already had the created procurement committee in February 7. On February 7, we went there. I was part of the team. We went there to validate. So we continued from where the first team left, step 6. Step 7, so we validated. And what is good, the oversight committee, composed most of them by commissioners, were also there. Commissioner Mandu, Commissioner Mamukid, Commissioner Jamal Munib is the chairman, and the officer in charge of director of the BPE, Sir Executive Director Lidasan, was also there. And so we conducted joint meetings to deliberate, and we required them to submit. We wanted to procure those preferred hotels, matched with the cheapest ratings proposed by some of the bidders. Your Honor.
We will allow you to continue, but the chairman went outside for a call. Would you like to suspend for a few minutes?
I think better now we put everything so that it can be documented and we can start the open forum for questioning to NCMF.
Well, if that,
So we already have step 7. Please continue.
well, we would ask Attorney,
Apion.
Hapion to please wrap up, because there are a lot of guests would also want to share their comments and experiences during the 2020. Please continue, Attorney. Please make it very, very short and
I think, Mr. Chair, to the chair that just left, the purpose of me asking the NCMF to explain to us the process is so that we will not be misinformed. I believe last committee meeting, we were misinformed by the Sheikh, who is complaining about the time that the buses pick them up. But we just found out this committee meeting that that's a government service of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So if there's any complaints in the time that the pilgrims were picked up, it's not to the NCMF. Wala mang gawa yung NCMF. It's the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Ministry of
In
Hajj.
fact, I have
So
a
these
document,
things
Your
need
Honor.
to be clarified. Now, if you're going to assail the NCMF on mismanagement or poor procurement services, we need to identify ano talaga ang kasalanan nila. And I think we have pointed it out specifically to hotel now, and foods. Yan lang. Now, the next question is whether or not we can discuss that in detail. They really followed the government procurement process, or whether or not it's too difficult for NCMF to do it. And we will discuss recommendation and advices with the chairman. So please continue. I would not want you to parang skip any processes because everything you're saying, Attorney Apion, is being placed on record and is also being documented so that the pilgrims will understand. Kawawa naman tayo, Muslim Filipino pilgrims will no longer believe in the NCMF na binubulsa lang mo yung pera nila. So explain to them the process that you are going through. And then we will go question and answer, open forum, and you have to defend yourself. So you're in step 7. Please, as much as possible, minimize details. We want to wrap up. Finish your explaining of the processes so that we can understand how you went to the award and how you did the payments, and then what do you do when there's failure to delivery the services that were procured for.
So on February 9, we set up a meeting with the bidders, the service providers. We even included those service providers who were not included in the list of Sheikh's preferred hotels. Just to again give them another opportunity, because we wanted to come up with a very a cheaper rate.
Sorry, step 7 na tayo. What's the next step?
So February 9, we met with them. We explained to them further what we wanted in order to really reduce the amount, to separate the food and the hotel, and we gave them 1 day to come up with a lease contract with the hotel owner to guarantee us that what we will contract with will not be lost later on, what usually happens.
When you say they, that's the service provider.
The service providers to come up.
So the service provider are giving proposals. They are not necessarily are in contract with the hotels they say that they are providing for. Okay. So you're requiring within 1 day my lease agreement. What's the next step?
We waited for around 5 days, wala. Nahihirapan sila kasi ang sabi nila, it is very risky on our part to come up with a lease contract because we have to pay 25% down payment. Now, we are still not sure kung kami ang makukuha nyo. And then we will gamble, we will 25%. So, malulugi kami, sabi nila. So, they could not come up except Aber on January 19. January 15. January 15. And February 15. February 15 is the scheduled day of signing of contract. And one of the invited guests to witness the proceeding, the signing of the contract and the awarding, was Secretary Anyo of the ILG, but he was preoccupied with other commitments, prior commitments. So he instead sent Yusek Bayan, Tony Bayan, and Bayan was there. Attorney Bayan, Yusek Bayan was there. He was present during the signing. Fortunately, there was one service provider, despite the difficulty that all of these service providers were claiming, he came up with a contract. And it was shown to us, the contract. I even took a picture. And good enough, it is really a contract. Akto iskan Ijaru iskan Filmakka, the lease contract in Makkah, and it is 4 pages. I show it to Yusek Bayan. I translate it because it is in Arabic, and so we were satisfied. And true enough, yun ang nakuha natin, yung Luluat Hotel. So that's a hotel that was signed on January 15. Hotel in Makkah. accounting for 3,500, February 15, 3,500 pilgrims. And our quota at that time, our target is 7,000. 7,000. So 3,500. Sa Medina, okay na. Kasi isa lang yung dalawa hindi rin nakakome up with the proposal. Mag-iisa na lang Aber. So there was no more issue. So it was awarded also to Aber kasi wala nang other
So after you have consultative process, you identify
So
yung
three
valid
contracts, sir.
Okay.
Was signed in January 15. In the February 15, I keep saying on January 15. Okay. In the PCGG, Philippine Consulate Office, attended by Congen, by the Consul General and also Jeremiah.
So in the presence of DFA.
DFA.
Okay,
Uh,
and then after that, the contract signed, so that's more or less the service providers have been awarded. What's the next,
Since kulang pa, sir, kasi 3,500, we still have to wait for them kasi wala. There will still be failure
Okay,
of procurement.
so, and then you were able to find,
So we went muna to Medina to validate kung to confirm if there are really reservations made by Aber with for example by Nukba Hotel. I personally can swear that I asked the manager of that Madden Hotel and he said of course yes, but we need the approved flight details of all the pilgrims. So this is another problem. This is very difficult considering the practice of our pilgrims, parang always late, mahihirapan tayo. So ito yung mga hindi nakikita ng mga challenges ito. So okay, na-confirm namin sa Medina provided that we can come up as early as possible kasi nag-uunahan din, pwede rin mawala. But what is good, kahit mapalitan within the Markazia, within the 500, 300 radius meter to Masjidil Haram. And true enough, kahit hindi nakuha yun dahil yun na nga, na-delay rin yung GACA approval later on, pero nasa Markazia pa rin yung nakuha nating hotel sa Medina.
what's GACA approval?
General Aviation Civil Authority ng Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
So
yung
on top of while you're doing your procurement process, you have to secure the GACA approval, which is like the CAAP maybe of the
Yes.
Philippines, no?
Yeah.
That you have X amount of pilgrims coming into the Kingdom Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Now your booking is for X date, X date, X date. So they want to make sure that these pilgrims will come in the proper date. Otherwise, it's taken by another delegation.
Yes,
That
yes,
is one of the things that make it very tricky.
yes.
Okay, and one of the possible potential sources when we go on a back and forth, why some pilgrims were late, they didn't go follow the proper flight, wala na sila ng space. Maybe, no, we'll ask questions. So we want to wrap it up. Mag-award na kayo, and then
February 18, alhamdulillah, there were other service providers who came up with hotel reservations. So two more contracts were signed on February 18, Rauda to Shuruk and Manara to Shuruk Hotel by Aber, and then the Arayan Hotels by Nuzhat Al Mustaqim for the price of only 4,500 Riyal for 1 month for Hajj season. 4,500 Riyal.
so awarded already. Awarded. Okay, and then when is payment made?
Payment made, that will be made later on in the ELM.
Okay,
When
so
the ELM will be open, will be activated by the Saudi authority. And we will still have to
that the payment will be made not by NCMF to these service providers. This, am I correct in understanding that? Payment is made to the Saudi portal, and it's the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that pays these service providers.
Before that, Your Honor, I forgot to mention that after the signing of the contract, after it was disseminated to the public, so we already came up with the annual Hajj guideline where we state what is the mutawif fee for this year. So it is not only the 4,500 Riyal. It already includes all the mandatory fees that we mentioned earlier. So that is the determination of mutawif fee. So after the Mutawi fee has been determined, so we'll start collecting. The pilgrims will now pay with the PNB.
Okay, and then with the PNB account, you pay the Saudi portal, or do you pay the service providers directly? Can you please, let's continue para we can finalize already how you conducted the.
We have to pay the dues in the ELM so that we can generate visa. There will be no visa generation, even a single visa, if no fees will be paid in ELM.
So ELM is the Saudi portal,
Yes,
government
yes.
portal.
HAJJ
Okay.
portal.
So you pay the fees, and then the visas will be issued, and then at what point you
One by one, pilgrim by pilgrim. That's how taxing it is. For Sir Lawrence, he's the guy over there in the portal.
Okay, and then at what point do you pay the who pays and how are the service providers paid? Because I want it cleared in this committee that what is the medium of payment. Based on Committee on Muslim Affairs, it's the portal, then Kingdom of Saudi Arabia pays these service providers. Now for the 2023 Hajj, from the PNB account, did the NCMF pay directly the service providers that you awarded? Or was it through the portal?
Uh,
How did you pay?
So actually, it's the finance department who HAJJ Finance who made the payment. As to the details, I'm not competent to, but there will be no visa issued for a single pilgrim if because one by one pilgrims will tap out.
Anthony, tanong lang from NCMF to the portal then. Sino babayad?
No, there will be fund transfer from PNB to the portal because there has to be a pot money in the portal.
But who pays? Diretso ba?
NCMF
No, diretso ba dun sa...
sa portal, pot money.
Bidders, yung mga hotels.
Sinong babayad dun sa mga hotels? Diretso.
In the portal, we will upload the e-contract, e-housing contract. That is aside from the contract that was signed in actual contract in Jeddah. There is a so-called e-contract. For every pilgrim that you have to generate a visa, there should be a corresponding e-contract number approved in the portal. And that will be signed, approved by the hotel owner. So the service provider will coordinate with the hotel owner to accept the offer of NCMF of Mr. Lawrence here in the Philippines, who is the one in charge in the portal. And then the finance will also approve the payment, for example, of one hotel as a whole, one hotel. And so it will be inserted in the e-contract, and it is now for the hotel owner to accept it. And it will go into the account of the hotel owner. The hotel owner will settle the amount that is due to the service provider. So it's up to them. I don't know how they will do it.
Attorney, clarification
Yes,
lang.
sir.
Yung e-contract is between the individual pilgrims and the hotel or
No. Hotel owner and the NCMF.
a hotel owner?
It's
and
in
the
the,
HM? So ano yung individual? Sabi nyo, individual contract.
generate, pag-apply ng visa. Oh, isa-isa, pa isa-isa. And then you have to take it from the pot money. But you cannot, even you have enough money in the pot money in the portal, if the e-contract is not approved by the hotel owner, you cannot use that.
For
No visa.
So
No visa.
dapat parang may accommodation eh. No?
No.
Parang dapat may
Yeah.
accommodation.
So, Mr. Chair, maybe we need to ask the finance officer
Yeah.
to answer, because if it's direct from PNB to Saudi portal, that's very clear paper trail. Pero it's parang NCMF to the private account of the service provider, the hotel owner or whoever, there might be lack of transparency there.
Mr. Chair, andito ba ang finance?
In the past, I know of the practice of the service providers. This is also very difficult. The trade practice of the host country.
Wala kang director?
Kaya minsan nawawala yung reservation natin dahil kung walang pang deposit, wala man pang reservation, i-ano nila, i-let go nila. And it is very difficult to sue them in their own court. The mother contract with the Ministry of HAJJ the Ministry of HAJJ is inclined to amicable settlement if we have to analyze the provisions of the mother contract. So we are grappling with these factors, you know. So in the past, I know that we are forced to somehow give some initial payment so that talagang hindi na mawala yung mga hotels.
Pero di ba, attorney, kaya nag-earlier collection tayo, nagbibigay tayo ng timeline na earlier ang payment ng mga take purposely to address that problem?
Oh, ang problema, ever since kahit mag-set tayo ng date, talagang hindi nakaka-comply ang mga kababayan
Pero
natin.
dapat iniiwan ang hindi nakakomply or else apektado yung HAJJ operation.
I agree 100% with you. It takes political will.
Anyway, later. Pero ang point ko,
So, tapusin na natin doon. You're trying to comply, you have to comply with all of the requirements of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia web portal. One of them is the housing contract. And it still hasn't been clearly explained. Either the NCMF will transfer to the web portal, and then the Kingdom, the Ministry of HAJJ will pay the service providers in Saudi, or NCMF pays directly para mawala, just to secure the reservation, pays directly the hotel or the service provider. Parang two ways of payment, officially through web portal and direct account to account, just to reserve the hotel for our pilgrims. That's generally what I am understanding, but it has not been properly clarified. So we want to get to the point na para matapos na yung process ninyo.
Payment in the portal to the hotels are made directly to the bank account of the hotel owner.
Hotel, not the service provider.
Not the service provider, but the service provider is the one facilitating it, the uploading of the contract and the payment with the hotel owner. So the service provider immediately collects what is due to him, because it is not, he may have a lower rate.
Okay.
That is understandable.
So from the PNB account, there's the government requirements which goes to the ELM, no? And then there's the outcome of your competitive bidding selection or negotiated bid or canvassing or whatever, shopping. You pay directly from PNB account to the wire transfer to the hotel owner bank account.
No, to the pot money. There will be a
Pot
transfer from the PNB account to the account in the portal. ELM.
So it's like load, like GCash.
Yes.
It's like GCash.
Yeah.
So, PNB, it's not automatic. When you start the process for visa applications, it's not automatic. It's trickling in kasi the sheikhs have to collect payments from our pilgrims. And then you load the ELM. And then with the portal money, the pot money, that's what per visa, per pilgrim, that's what's being produced.
Yes,
no?
yes. And also, Your Honor, we secured the contracts in February. The ELM portal will start activating itself around March 2023. So by that, so between February and March, the opening of the account, we already determined, as I mentioned earlier, the determination of mutawif fee. But when it opened, there came out additional charges in the portal, like the ground services, which were not included in the mutawif fee guidelines that we made in February. This is what some of the difficulties.
Attorney, sinong mag-provide ng account? Ministry of HAJJ?
Your Ministry of HAJJ. Actually, Ministry of HAJJ volunteered an information to us. Dr. Badar As-Sulami, the consultant for Philippines in Asia, gave us an information. He said, actually, according to him, the BARM also came to us to operate the Pilgrimage Authority. They asked for an account. Okay, so we told them for every country, there should only be one mission account. There are three types of accounts in the portal. Mission account, HAJJ company private mission account under mission account, and HAJJ company not under mission account, like those in America where there is no office on Muslim affairs in Europe. In some other countries like Algeria, like Egypt, they have sub accounts created by the mission account holder. For example, NCMF, if we will agree with the BARM to come up with an account, we can create an sub account, but we still hold the password for the opening of the account.
Okay, so the ELM account opens, and that's only one account for the Philippines, the mission account.
Yes.
And the counterpart of the Ministry of HAJJ is the NCMF, not the BARM.
Yes.
Okay. So, and then the payments are done through the ELM. It's like a GCash. Now, when on March, the ELM opens, has the collection of Mutawif, and then you find out when it opens, may additional fees. That's the other problem you had this year.
Yes.
So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia says, no, my crown fee, it's
Crown
already,
services, yes.
you cannot question that. No fee payment, no visa. So you have to go back to the sheikhs and tell them may dagdag, may extra bayad tayo, no? So that's the
Sabi nila tubo ng NCMF.
yeah, so that's what's happening. And then but before March, when the ELM portal opens, have you already collected all of the Mutoy fees from the pilgrims?
No, not lahat.
Give us an estimate. 80% has already been collected, 50% has already been collected, 30% has been already been collected.
Attorney, ganito.
May
Excuse me. Ano, isang sagot na lang doon sa point ni Race ni Kong Khalid. Dali. Patapusin natin.
Your Honor,
Pero based sa timeline nyo, para isang sagot na lang, based sa timeline nyo, kasi meron kang nire-release na timeline sa mga sheikh, di ba? Based sa timeline nyo, kailan dapat ang lahat ng pilgrims na nakabayad anong month? Isama nyo na yun doon sa sagot.
I will refer to Attorney Mia.
Mr. Chair, may be recognized.
Yeah, please proceed.
To clarify lang po, Mr. Chair, March 3 is the date where we started collecting fees. That's our office, that's the HAJJ advisory that we released. Between March to May, that's the time within which we collected the fee. By May, saka po bumukas yung portal. So, yung processing po ng visa issuance is May, not March.
Kailan yung alis?
June po. That's why we are emphasizing po on the time constraint. March po so January yung annual HAJJ conference, by mid-February napipirmahan yung contract, end of February natatapos na yung contract. That's the time that we can determine the entire Mutawi fees, and so we announce on March magkano exactly ang Mutawi fee, and then we give our pilgrims time from March to May to submit their documents and pay the corresponding Mutawi fees, and by May saka lang po ma-activate si portal, but by June first week HAJJ season na po.
Pero
Nakikita po natin yung
kanina
state ng
yung time na nagbukas na yung portal, yung ibang pilgrims hindi pa nakabayad.
I'm not competent to answer the question, but I think it's more to our ED.
Are we talking about 2022 or 23?
2023, Mr. Chair.
Actually, sir, dumarating na yung mga unat pangalawang batches ng pilgrim sa Saudi. Meron pang hindi nakababayad. Meron pang gustong sumama. And there are requests from LGU officials to grant them extension.
Because we are now confused, or I am at least confused on the dates. Attorney Apion said March is when the ELM portal opens. Attorney Maumina said that March is when the Mutoy fees identified collection process begins, and then May is when the portal opens.
Yeah, I stand to be corrected, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question, which was not answered, and I think it was added, is when the portal is opened, have we already collected the total amount for the pilgrims? And if we have not, what is the estimate? Rough estimate lang, mga 80%, 50%, 30%. And I'm asking this so that the committee can appreciate the difficulties of the NCMF in conducting the annual Hajj.
May I be allowed to call Mr. Lawrence because he's the one making the payment in
Please,
portal.
kasi
Ilang percent na nung na-open yung bank tayo nakabayad?
Ang percentage po ng kabayad ng Mutawif is 50% nung ano to, April.
Oh, so can we ask, Mr. Chair, at least, so I just, for the record, I just wanted to get an estimate, but to make it official, can we ask the NCMF to submit to the committee what is the total amount, the report of the total amount, number of pilgrims paid for upon the opening of the ELM portal for payment this last May for the 2023 Hajj, so that we can appreciate the difficulty of the NCMF in complying with the payment requirements of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Okay, sir, clarify ko lang po sa yung opening ng portal. January, sir, upon signing ng mother contract is activated na po yung portal natin. So, sa ELM. Ngayon, ma-activate lang yun, sir. Magagamit mo lang yung services, sir, pag nakabayad ka na ng guarantee insurance, which is the 68 reals per head, times dun sa number of yung quota na binigay sa Philippines. So, for this year, 2023, 9,000 times 68 reals or $18.28 per head.
So that's a fixed amount.
Yes, sir.
So whether or not 3,000 lang pumunta, it doesn't matter. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia says we gave you 9,000. You have to pay X amount for insurance for good for 9,000.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So and then the portal has been opened since January, and you cannot activate the services of the
Yes, sir.
portal unless you put
Pay-
in the
Insurance, guarantee
you
insurance.
pay the guaranteed insurance.
Yes, sir.
And NCMF releases the Hajj advisory on March.
Yes, sir.
And you start collecting payments from the pilgrims. So when for 2023 was the minimum payment, which is the insurance, paid for so that the services of ELM is now available?
March 27 na po, sir, nag-start na pumasok yung payments natin. Then April 5, nagbayad na po tayo ng initial na insurance for 9,000 pilgrims para magkaroon na ng movement, sir, sa portal. Kasi ang para sa sequential, sir, sequential. Bale, hindi tayo makabayad ng transportation, hindi tayo makabayad ng housing kung hindi mo mabayaran yung guarantee insurance. So after payment ng guarantee insurance, sir, then saka pala ma-activate yung mga services like yung housing, yung mga mandatory fees, saka pa lang siya pwedeng bayaran. So yun, nag-base tayo dun, sir, sa collections ng pilgrim, sir. So ang answer is, hindi naman tayo pwede magbayad ng like good for 5 or good for 100, kundi kung ano yung talagang quota talaga natin.
So, when was the time that you paid kasi almost 10 million yun in pesos. When was that?
So April 5, sir.
So, April 5 kayo bumayad. So, nagamit yun na yung portal kagad.
Yes, sir.
Saan kayo kumuha ng 10 million?
So meron pong initial funds from 2022 na hindi na naibalik sa Philippines. Yun yung excess payments noong 2022 na ginamit for 2023 kasi hindi maibalik ng Saudi sa Philippines dahil wala tayong IBAN kundi SWIFT code lang. So ang nangyari, nagkaroon tayo ng initial funds for 2023.
Pero ano yung sources ng fund na yun?
Nung
Yung excess,
Yeah, so yung mga refunds.
So it's like, Mr. Chair, but again, the easiest for me to understand, GCash, no? So GCash, you put in your load, tapos you pay sa Saudi. and tapos may unavailed maybe services or overpayment,
Yes, sir.
babalik na naman yan sa account mo.
Yes, sir.
And that is the reason why you cannot close your PNB account, because once you close your PNB account, then you cannot get that refund for next year.
Yes, sir.
Now, whether or not now the treatment of that refund, that's for the committee to decide mamaya.
With the indulgence of Kong Khalid, ano ba yan? Pumapasok pa yan sa libro niyo? Yung refund?
Sa finance po. Yes po daw, sir. Yes.
COA. COA kasama ba yan?
Mr. Chair, for 2023 po kasi hindi pa po ako nag-start ng audit, pero nag-take note naman po ako, i-check ko po yan. Yes, Mr. Chair. Yung lahat naman po ng collections ng 2022, naka-record naman po siya sa libro ng NCMF Central Office.
Pero i-audit kasi na-release ang fund sa service provider. At ngayon, sinasabi ng service provider, meron kayong savings.
Yun ang problema, Mr. Chair. Minsan, usually ganito ang nagiging findings namin regarding sa hindi namin na validate kung magkano talaga yung magkano binayad nila, nakikita na lang namin based yun sa bank statement, sa PNB dollar. Kasi yun yung mga nandun sa withdrawals na yung debit side ng bank statements. Pero kung ang lagi ko kasi nire-require sa kanila is yung isubmit nila yung mga official receipts para ma-validate namin yung official receipts na ini-issue ng service providers para ma-validate namin kung magkano talaga yung binayad. Yun po ang laging problema.
Well, we were talking about another country. May official receipts ba ang service provider? At yung mga hotels or the service provider?
Pero yung tanong ni Kong Khalid, diretso pwede yung masagutan, wala o mayroon?
Nag-i-issue ba sila? Alam ba, contract? I-simplify natin. Pagbayad nyo, merong receipt?
Yung ano nyo, yung head ng finance, sino?
Okay. Last.
Sandali. Tapusin mo na natin to. Yung tanong mo, kung may resibo kasi you are being required to submit all the receipts by COA. At saka yun yung problema ng COA. Na you never complied with the requirements of COA.
The service provider will issue a certificate of financial clearance tantamounting to acknowledgement receipt on their part.
Hindi. Pero, attorney, kinote ko lang from doon sa isa na nagsabi. Tama yon, pag deposit nyo, magbibigay sila ng acknowledgement receipt. Tama. Pero yung usage nyo, hindi sila nagbibigay nun. The mere fact na merong savings, ibig sabihin hindi nagamit yung buong pera. Yun yung sinasabi ni COA na kailangan nila, mahirap nilang ma-identify kung merong savings. Kasi yung gagamitin nyo for 2023 para doon sa insurance is savings ng 2022.
Yes, this is actually what I wanted to respond to earlier. This was a question raised earlier by Honorable Congressman Hataman. Bakit meron bang cash balances, year-end cash balances ang Mutawi? Of course, meron. Isa why? Meron mga insurance fees na kung wala naman nangyari, binabalik. Hindi katulad dito. Yung premium, pag walang nangyari, sa kanila na. Doon hindi. Kasi yun? Bawal yun. Riba yun para sa Saudi. So binabalik nila. Yung insurance. Pangalawa, another reason, bakit? May mga pilgrims na nakabayad ng Mutawif hindi natutuloy for some personal reasons known to them. So, kung i-turn over, I asked, because I am also curious, I asked recently a former finance officer retired, Ma'am Dulce Lidiasan, why do you say it is difficult for you to turn over the year-end cash balance to Bureau of Treasury? Ang daming request for refund, attorney. Mahirapan kami kung nandun na sa public coffers o yung pera. Oo, tapos magko-complain sila, ninakaw niyo yung pera, bakit hindi na ibalik yung pera namin? So ito po, ang mga reasons na bakit nahihirapan.
Yun yung reason. Mula kanina tinatanong, hindi susagot, yun yung why we're not complying with that memorandum circular. Kasi, kahit para at least malinaw, ngayon malinaw, isa lang yan. Isa pa lang yan. Okay, please proceed kung valid.
So I ask for the NCMF so we can appreciate the difficulty that they have with the 2023 HAJJ experience, yung payment ng motorway fee. So the portal was open on April, ELM. Oh, so I want to know from the beginning of the HAJJ advisory, how many pilgrims have paid on a monthly basis. So that's March, April, May, no? And then June. So at least we can see yung difficulty ng NCMF na I know for a fact na it trickles in, no? So when you're going to leave na on June, or when the payment begins on, let's say, April, after you pay the insurance, how much of the pilgrims have already paid? Para ideally, in a perfect world, diretso yan. The entire Juma is already paid for, but I don't think that's the reality in the ground. So please give us the documents in terms of your in terms of a report, if possible, also the PNB account balances on a monthly basis. No, so
Mr. Chair, may be recognized to answer the question po. Okay, so for the specifics and for the documents po, it is with our HAJJ Finance Committee, but we have the general figures po. March 3, we released our HAJJ Advisory number 007-23, releasing to the public kung magkano po yung Motawi fee na babayaran. March 21, we released naman po yung sa vaccine. So from these releases po, based on record, nagsimula lang po mag-trickle yung payment on March 27, 2023. The deadline that we set was in April 14, but by April 14, from our quota of some 7,000 pilgrim, 1,877 lang po ang nagbayad. And I think the sheikhs here, or not the ones here po, some sheikhs requested, kasi yung oras na po yun, Mr. Chair, was kasagsagan din po ng Umrah. So they requested for an extension kahit at least April. So we granted po hanggang April 28 na extension. But by April 28 na extension, some 6,570 pilgrims pa lang po yung nagbabayad.
So if we can have that placed, submitted to the committee secretariat, so it will be
Yes,
on
Mr.
record.
Chair.
And I thank you. So at least we can further discuss specifically the difficulty of balancing yung mga trickling of payments versus paying the mandatory fees of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and then also yung mga service providers. In closing, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask, since they're here, DILG, and DILG is the mother line agency overseeing the NCMF. Is the ILG aware of the problem in the HAJJ, the processes that the NCMF is doing for the HAJJ? Are you guiding them, or parang binabayaan mo lang sila?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. As we are very aware of all the complaints regarding this HAJJ, no? Actually, we are aware na there's complaints from the sheikhs, from a certain Mr. Hamolonding Sulaiman. There's a lot of complaints regarding this. So yung action po namin as DILG po, the SILG created a task force for investigating this. Currently, we are doing our internal audit for the NCMF, and we are gonna submit our report around maybe siguro December or January sana, sir. Hopefully.
So you have an internal audit ngayon.
Yes, sir. We are using our internal audit with the DILG po, sir. Checking lang po regarding dito sa mga complaints for
Kailan natapos yan?
Sir, yung audit team po namin relate to me the information that they are hoping to finish this by December sana, or at the latest January, hopefully, sir.
Mr. Chair, my question was not answered. I do appreciate the answer of the DILG. We have the procurement process. I think we can hear, painstakingly how difficult it is to conduct procurement for the annual HAJJ pilgrimage. Is DILG on top of NCMF providing them with guidance actively, or is it just now that you have the agency has taken cognizance of the problems within the NCMF, so we can expect better services next year?
Sir, I am not in the position to say the actions of my heads of the department. As but I am aware that since Attorney Apion already said earlier that Yusek Bayan is in charge of this. Yusek Bayan is the Undersecretary for Mindanao Affairs, so he is on top of this, sir, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll reserve my questions later when we do an interpellation.
Anyway, ano lang, just a short manifestation with regards dun sa problem nga dun sa refund. Kaya naintindihan ko na, kaya you keep on insisting that na Mutawif fee are private funds. Kasi may problema kayo dun sa COA at saka yung pag-turnover sa Bureau of Treasury. Kasi may mga claims for refund. Now, but of course, you should understand, kahit sa atin nga di ba? As government employee, government officials, we are not allowed to accept donations. Lalo na ang agency ng NCMF. That's the dilemma now. That is why for the past several years, you are not complying with the memorandum circular. Kaya kailangan natin ito ma-resolve. Magawa natin ng solusyon para maayos natin yung sistema. Kasi hindi pwede every year you will ask for an extension.
An investigation.
And the House will also ask an investigation because of the complaints of the Sheikh, of the pilgrims, etc., etc. So we have to establish a system and institution that will cope to that particular situation and problem. So before we proceed with the next item, let the chair would like to recognize first, Sheikh Amaluddin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Unang-una po, yung sinabi ni Atty. Appiong, we really appreciate that. Maganda yung kwento. Yan yung nangyari. But doon sa observation ko, in fact, mayroon po ako ngayon na order from Lidasan to provide contract for me. No? So this is generally, hindi po totoo na ang mga hotel ko is malalayo. Kasi mayroon tayong order dito from secretary na bigyan ako ng contract. To make it short this story. No? Doon naman sa nasabi, ito yung malaking mali talaga sa practice natin sa Pilipinas. Ang service provider po, this is separate to other country, private talaga yung hotel at saka hotel sa Magkamadina. If you're talking about Mutawif, that is specific for during Hajj talaga. If you look, what is the Mutawif talaga? Yan yung tin sa Mina, Arafah. But the problem, kaya nagkakagulo, kasi sinabay niyo yung hotel sa Magkamadina, which is kaming mga service provider na local, we can provide in reasonable price, I'm sure. Kung ano yung presyo nila, we can provide mas mababa. At the same time, kung may complaint sa hotel, nandito kami. Oo. Kaya nag-offer ako, na-mission mo yung malapit na hotel. Hopefully, nandito sila sa Abuanas at saka si Kairoding. Mayroon akong record yung nasabi ni Atty. Appiong na malapit na hotel which is nilagay niyo doon is 800 meter, but is the reality is 400 meters away only. Yan yung isang complaint ko. Pinalayo. Okay. Yung ulayan which is magkadikit, mas malapit pa yun. That is only 350. Ang nilagay niyo 1.5 kilometer. Anong ibig sabihin nito? Tapos yung sinabi mo na 10 kilometer, you know, Mr. Appiong, how far Arafah from Haram? Tell me. Bago mo nasabi na 10 kilometer yung hotel ko, na ang Arafah is 9 kilometer. That is specific 2 kilometers only.
I'd like to request for order para this will not be personal. The resource person should always address the chair, not other resource persons. If we can please request the resource persons to properly follow protocol here in the House of Representatives. The question and answer should be between the chairman and the resource person.
You got it? Please proceed.
Yeah, so yun po yung kaya po ako nag-complain sa DILG, sa Office of the President, sa Congress, sa Senate. Kasi hindi na maganda itong nakikita ko, which is personally, kaya ako sumali dito kasi para makatulong tayo sa nakikita natin na perillian problem. Every year. So bilang isang Muslim na kaya mo naman mag-involve ang sarili mo dito, which is proven na eh. Isa pang problema, lahat ng bansa sa buong mundo, kung sinong umawak ng Umrah, sila rin ang umawak ng Hajj. Dito lang sa Pinas. Oh, dito lang sa Pilipinas. In fact, nabanggit mo ang Amerika. Sinong umawak ng Hajj? Sila rin ang umawak ng Umrah. Kasi ang private, they can give the revolving fund for 2024, 25, 26. Kasi nandiyan yung mga private entity na willing mag-support. Kasi ang Hajj that is definite sa pamumuhay ng mga Muslim. Oh, since na you are the private agency.
Mr. Chair, I believe we already had last committee, the opening message of this resource person. Just to preserve the time of the committee, is a question being answered? Because what I'm hearing are statements which actually contradict the law. The law does not allow the private sector to conduct the Hajj. That's why we have Republic Act 9997, and the NCMF is following what Congress provided for, enacted into law. Now, if we will privatize the Hajj, then that should be done in the proper venue with proper deliberation, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to seek clarification if a question has been asked to the resource person, and if that question has already been answered, so that we can continue with the committee hearing.
For purposes of expediency, please submit na ang check yung mga documents.
Yes,
Position.
I will submit.
And that includes the letter from Attorney Apian ba? Yung sabi mo may letter, official letter coming from him giving you the quota.
Yes.
Please submit na to this committee.
Yes.
Please submit na lang. Thank you.
Chair, may I?
Letter from me. For ano yung ano mo? Attorney. Letter from. What was the letter from?
Director Lidasan, as per the instruction of Secretary.
Okay,
That
not you, Attorney Apion, from as per instruction of the Secretary. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I ask clarifications, I would like to request, since Attorney Apion, and thank you very much for all the details, for informing this committee the processes that involves every year for the Hajj. May I request, since the portal has been mentioned several times, may we request, Mr. Chair, that we would have a copy of how the portal, maybe how do you do that? And submit this to the committee, so we would have we would appreciate it more if we see documents on how you would transfer funds from your account to the ELM portal. Please, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Actually, I myself conducted a research on this, even though I am not the one in charge. It is Sir
But in
Lawrence.
charge of that, are you in authority to answer my question, or should I ask NCMF Secretary since he's the head? Sorry, Secretary,
We can provide you,
Yeah, please.
Your Honor. And
Yes, thank
it is
you.
also available in the website for
We
for
would
the information of the
like an
public.
we would like an official document from the NCMF. Okay,
Meron yan sa portal.
Mr. Chair, may we request?
Attorney, the NCMF is directed to submit the documents being requested by Congressman during this committee.
And as well as the the documents that were you reading when you were sharing these stories, the events during the HAJJ 2023, or do you have a written document?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, can you also submit that to the
Yeah.
committee, please? Thank you.
Is that an official document
Yes, yes.
of NCMF?
Yes.
Please submit to this committee.
Okay, thank you. Earlier you said, you mentioned about a savings from the Mutawif, no? Kanina, is that correct? Yung sinabi mo, the Mutawif, hindi na masyadong nauubos yon, and then yung ELM, binabalik nila sa inyo because of the policy of riba. Is that correct?
Yeah, merong mga insurance, halimbawa, binabalik.
And then, and
Meron
what did you mention also? Am I correct that I heard that you used some of the savings from the 2022 as an initial payment for Mutawif? 2023 for insurance?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm not competent to answer
no,
that. It should be in the finance.
Sino yung isa? You are not the one who, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so, Lawrence, sino ba yung nagsabi kanina?
Yes, sir.
Yes, is it correct? Did I hear you correctly? That you had a 2022 savings and then it was returned back to you from the ELM and then you used this 2023 as initial payment for the Mutawif?
Yung initial yung balance po from 2022, yan po yung
No. There was a savings in 2022, right?
hindi savings po yun, sir.
So what was that?
Insurance.
Insurance.
Insurance po yun, sir.
Sige.
Yes, sir.
So binalik sa inyo.
Yes, sir.
So anong nature ng insurance na ito? Kasi bawal lang riba. Gagamitin nyo ba as initial payment for...
Hindi po, sir. Ibabalik po namin sa mga pilgrims yun, sir.
Okay.
Pero hindi po namin maibalik sa PNB, sir, dahil ang main requirement po ni ELM portal, sir, is dapat meron kang IBAN account.
Hindi, di ba dapat ang nature na yan kasi nga trust fund, tas insurance, hindi nagamit, ibabalik mo yan sa mga pilgrims?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Binalik nyo ba? Yung
Yes, sir.
ginamit niya as an initial payment for Mutawif?
Yes, sir.
Clarify ko lang.
Yes po, sir. Nagbalik po kami ng insurance po, sir, for 2022.
Mr. Chair, if I may interject. Hindi, kanina kasi medyo lang ho, i-correct ko lang kung tama pagkaintindi ko. Kanina yung ginamit nyo may naibalik from insurance at gagamitin nyo for 2023.
Yes, sir.
Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Para sa insurance ng
Yes, sir.
pilgrims para sa 2023.
Yes, sir.
Tama.
Yes.
Hindi, binalik sana.
Hindi. I-clarify ko, sir. 22 funds. Binalik ng Ministry of Funds sa ELM portal yung $18 na insurance na binayaran ng pilgrims for 2022. Ngayon, ibabalik yung dapat sa pilgrims. Ang nangyari is hindi namin pwedeng ibalik yung funds from ELM portal to PNB kasi nga ang main requirement po ni ELM portal is dapat merong IBAN ang Philippines. Ang buong Philippines walang IBAN. Swift code lang po.
Anong IBAN?
International Bank Account Number.
Wala kayo nun.
Wala po, sir. Wala. Swift code lang po, sir, ang meron sa Philippines.
Okay. Can we have that confirmed?
Can we have
Mr. Chair.
baka hindi lang nila alam.
UF?
The treasury.
Swift code lang.
Sir, we can confirm, but I can confirm, sir, sa Swift account we have. Isa IBAN, I can check, Mr. Chair. I'm not familiar also if regarding IBAN accounts.
Can you check it now?
I'll check, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Please proceed.
Okay, so ano yung ginamit nyo for the 2023 na as an initial payment?
Yung funds, sir, yung funds ng 2022, sir, yun ang ginamit namin pambayad. Sa initial.
Binalik na lang ELM.
Yes, sir, sa portal. Doon sa main account, sir. Doon sa
So hindi nyo lang maibalik sa mga pilgrims.
Yes, sir.
Kasi nga, wala kayong ano.
Yung IBAN, sir, wala. Wala.
Yes.
Yes.
Oo. So,
ang
ginawa ninyo, ginamit nyo.
Yes, sir, ginamit na lang muna namin, sir, for initial payment ng 2023 insurance. Ngayon, sir, nagkaroon ng collection for 2023, nag-offsetting na lang kami po, sir.
So so the intention really of that insurance is to return back to the
Pilgrims.
How many pilgrims are we talking here?
Hindi ako siguro. 3,000 plus yata, sir.
Can you
Sir, ano lang, if I may, Mr. Chair. Bakit binalik?
Binabalik po talaga, sir. Patakaran po niya, sir.
Patakaran. So binabalik
Kapag walang
talaga yun.
nangyari po, sir, na like something na nasisira doon yung mga gate or yung mga ano to, sir, ibabalik po nila yun.
Ilang pilgrims ba tayo meron ng 2022?
Bali, sir, ang binayaran namin, sir, na insurance for 2022 was 4,500.
At yun din ang quota natin.
Yun yung quota natin, sir, 4,574. Ngayon, ang nag-HAJJ lang yata nung, sir, is 3,000. Hindi ako sa...
Okay, so roughly,
Just for clarification also. Kasi binalik yung funds tapos from 2022. So for 2023, do you also charge insurance sa 2023 pilgrims?
Yes, sir.
So the money, the potential for reimbursing the pilgrims is not parang disappeared, no? Parang, I just want to make it clear na it was refunded. You did not use that for the benefit of the 2023
Hindi po,
pilgrims,
sir.
no? Okay.
well, I would really appreciate Congressman Khalid for asking the question that I'm about to ask. In fact, I just want to clarify, is that the decision of yours to use that as an initial payment is based on the HAJJ manual, or was it a decision that you made?
As
The guidelines. Kasi supposed to be that money goes straight to the pilgrims. I mean, I'm not really questioning the intention. I'm questioning on the allowability of the law or any guidelines to use that fund, insurance, for you to decide whether to return back, to pay that as an initial payment for the mutaw. Because if we really are to follow nature of the fund, it should directly go to the pilgrims. Hindi kayo gumawa ng paraan para magkaroon ng bank international SWIFT account or etc. para may balik niyo ito sa mga pilgrims. I'm not questioning your motive. I'm not alleging that you binulsa. The point is, ang gusto kong malaman is bakit you did not arrive into that decision to return back the savings from the 2022, which is actually sourced out from the insurance paid by the pilgrims.
Hindi pa naibalik hanggang ngayon?
Kaya may mga allegations tayo, Mr. Chair, ng ganito. Kasi itong, yes, please, naibalik na ba?
yes, sir, naipakita.
If I may,
To clarify,
yes.
Ang sinasabi ni... Anong pangalan nyo, sir? Lawrence?
Mr.
Lawrence
Lawrence
po, sir.
Pinaggaling.
Parang 2022 savings, binayad nyo ng insurance ng 2023 kasi wala kayong I-band, kaya binalik sa ELM. Tama? Hindi.
Klaro ko lang, so we're on the same page. Attorney, help me appreciate this. So 2022 may yung insurance, no, na savings. So ibinalik na ng ALM sa PNB account ninyo. Okay. So ang ginawa ninyo, since na hindi na transfer back sa PNB, ginamit nyo na lang yon as in payment, insurance payment. Now ang tanong ko is, anong basis nyo para gamitin yon as initial payment? Kasi dapat yung nature nung amount na yon supposed to go back to the... I'm not alleging anything here. I'm not alleging. Ang sinasabi ko, ang sinabi doon is dapat may balik. Bakit hindi nagawa ng paraan para magkaroon ng Swiss bank account, etc.?
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may clarify po. Okay po. So, Okay po. So ganito po yung parang yung scenario na nangyari doon. 2022 po, we do not have yung IBAN account so that yung natira natin doon sa natira natin na guarantee insurance. Yung guarantee insurance po again to reiterate, that is imposed by the Ministry of HAJJ PILGRIMAGE. So that's mandatory. Ang nature niya po is that kailangan siyang ibalik, hindi siya pwedeng i-keep ng government or even on our end, kailangan siyang ibalik doon sa mga So our obligation is to return that. And we did return that. But this is how we returned it po. Yung sinasabi po kanina that it was returned by it was not returned to us, it was returned to the portal. And we have it was returned to the portal and para maibalik po namin siya, kailangan naming ma-withdraw doon. But since we do not have IBAN, hindi po namin siya ma-withdraw. But we did. I think we can submit po our letter to the ministry.
So, attorney, can you also submit to this committee yung parang kung meron kayong transaction history yung payment, can you submit that to the committee?
Yes,
Thank you. I will not dwell on that anymore, Kasi gusto ko lang malaman.
Yes po. So we did, continue Mr. Chair, we did muna request from the Saudi government and we will submit the letter po if we could intercede na ma-release sa amin yun agad. Para naman maibalik namin. But wala pong naging response doon. In the meantime, pumasok na po si 2023 HAJJ operations at kailangan na namin buksan ma-activate si portal. In the meantime po, we made mentioned earlier na although we issued na our advisory na magbayad na ang mga pilgrims, medyo matagal yung pasok ng So we are running against the time na kailangan namin ng money to open the portal, and since the money is already in the portal, but Mr. Chair, as for 2022, if the question is ibinalik po ba namin, ibinalik po namin, and the sheikhs can confirm that.
No. Anyway,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I will not dwell on the issues about na ibalik pa wala. Kasi yung process lang. Now, ang problema nyo, nandun lang sa portal because you don't have open an IBAN. Tama? Now, Bureau of Treasury, are they allowed?
We confirm, sir, na wala pong IBAN.
So,
Mr.
are they allowed to open are they allowed?
As to IBAN, Mr. Chair, I believe hindi po tayo nagsasubscribe to that. Even BSP does not have IBAN. Only SWIFT codes. We only subscribe to SWIFT codes.
Oh, so ang problema natin dito is ang dilemma kasi ganito yan, NCMF. Kasi kung for the sake of argument, kung okay na pwede kayong bumukas ng IBAN, yun ang problema. Dapat bubukas kayo, di ba? But the question of can it be used for an advance payment na savings? It's a different question. Because what law or provision that allows you to use it?
Mr. Chair.
Yung savings.
Mr.
Savings. Sandali. Savings. Diba? Now, pwede kayo accuse kung kaya lang ang problema, hindi nyo maipasok sa PNB dahil hindi yun ang gusto ng QC. Dapat may IBAN kayo. Now, kasi sabi ko lang, pwede kayo accuse juggling of funds. Hindi pwedeng hindi mo sabihin hindi governmental because those funds, both private, pumasok sa gobyerno, that's a public fund. Kasi tayo nga sabi ko, we are not allowed to collect or get donations. At lalo na yung agency. Now, ang sinasabi ko lang is, if Bureau of Treasury, ang DOF, opinion, na hindi natin practice yun yung dilema. Yun yung problema. Kasi, if that is the policy of KSA, this problem will still be a problem for the next few years.
Sir, every year, every HAJJ, ganito yung sistema. Di ba? Ito na yung practice talaga mula noon. Ibalik, tapos parang ibalik ng government ng Saudi, tapos dahil wala kayong IBAN, gagamitin nyo tong advance payment para sa next pilgrims, tapos pag magbayad yung pilgrims, saka nyo ibabalik doon sa mga pilgrims na nauna. Tama?
Wait, can we clear because there's ELM. ELM started only last year. di ba? 2022 HAJJ. So that's their problem. So before ELM, how was the insurance refunded? That's 2019 before.
Mr. Chair, my question, Mr. Chair, may I proceed with my,
Hindi, with the indulgence of Congressman Adiong, pusin muna natin sagutin yung issue about, kasi yung was just institutionalized this year, 2022. O prior to 2022, sabi natin 19, 18, 17. Ano yung nangyari dun sa mga refund? Saan pumapasok?
Ano yung ginagawa natin?
Okay, okay, sagot. Hindi, ano na lang. Madali lang yan eh. Sir Lawrence. Madali lang yan eh. Ano ba talaga ang kasi nakita na natin problema nyo. You keep on asserting that that is not a public fund, that is a private fund because of this problem. Now, ang tanong lang, ang ELM kasi, with regards to refund happens, institutionalized just last year, 2022, na HAJJ. Prior to that, ano pumapasok yung mga refund? Hindi nyo na lang diretso. Kung paano ginamit yan, etc., saan pumasok. Ba't hindi nyo masagot?
Mr. Chair,
Governor Rep.Joseph, are you running us?
Mr. Chair,
Ayun sa Lawrence, please proceed.
Sir, sa pagkakaalam ko po, sir, ang 2016 po ang last na nag-refund tayo. 17, 18, 19 wala pong refund na nangyari. Kung saan nila binalik yung pera, sir, ang pagkakaalam ko po, sir, meron po tayong local bank account sa Saudi.
ano yun?
Well, Mr. Chair, ito yung problema ng NCMF again. Every HAJJ may ibang management committee. So who is in charge of before na yun, it's very clear, it's Secretary Mamudyong for 2022. You're talking about 2022 and 2023 and then for 2024. Lawrence, when were you handling itong e-portal? Since 2022 HAJJ?
Sir, 16, 19, 22, and 23.
16, 19. So you can give us an explanation on HAJJ 2016 and 2019. In the absence of ELM, where did the refund go? It went to local banks in Saudi Arabia. So,
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, sir, is merong local bank account po ang NCMF sa Saudi Arabia. Doon binabalik ng Ministry of HAJJ yung funds, sir, from ELM to
Mr. Chair, if we have the, can we ask from Lawrence and the NCMF to give us the account details of those local banks in Saudi Arabia if it still exists or if it is closed, so that the committee can decide. Kasi baka may pera pa dyan.
Kung Khalid, actually, this is the time now for Kong Adiong to interpolate, to ask question. Now, before I recognize Kong Adiong, ganito na lang, please submit all the records na lang. Kasi ang isa pang tanong doon, but who give you the authority to open a bank account in ang gulo-gulo doon sa Saudi Arabia? Anyway, sabi kasi, kaya we're not practicing it, sabi ni your treasury. But anyway, you submit na lang, please, before the next hearing. Ako nakikita ko na yung problema. Hindi ako naghanap dito as a chair of this committee. I'm not first time there. I just want to see the problem so that we can help you. We can help the NCMF. Paano natin ayusin to? Anyway, please submit all those available documents na lang. No? With regards to that bank that was opened by NCMF in KSA. Please proceed, Kong Adiong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, I would like to, just before I move on, I want to be clarified because Attorney Abdullah, you said binalik nyo, di ba? Okay. And ang sasabi ni, sorry, I didn't get your name,
Lawrence po.
Lawrence, sir. Ang sinabi mo is ginamit for the advance payment. Ha? So hindi na ibalik. Hindi ko lang mano. Klaruhin ko lang before I move to another ano ba talaga, naibalik nyo or did you use that as an initial payment?
So, Mr. Chair, ginamit po siya as payment specifically ng guarantee insurance for 2023 para ma-activate yung portal. Tapos, nagkaroon po ng offsetting para maibalik po namin yung mga nakolekta po namin for 2020, part of mga nakolekta namin for 2023 because we are obliged to return it. We returned it po to our pilgrims.
So I presume you have an acknowledgement receipt that they have received their Can you
Yes.
submit that also?
Yes,
And
Mr.
the
Chair.
portion of that amount where you used as the initial
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to ask COA. COA, sinabi dito is, I think nag-agree naman ata tayo na trust fund ito, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, for example, it's a trust fund. It's not really a fund owned or managed by NCMF. That is used only for specific purpose, di ba?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Kung may natira ba sa trust fund, may discretion ba yung isang opisina na gamitin outside of what is intended for?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. Dapat kasi kung anong purpose ng fund, yun doon pa rin igastos.
Okay, sige. So, kung ang insurance, kasi I assume pag insurance, pag may mangyari, disgrasya, etc., diba? That's the purpose. Kung yung isang mga, pilgrims at hindi nila nagamit, supposedly hindi nila pag-aari yun, no? Private money yun. So, dapat may balik, diba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, dapat may balik siya. Yung tanong ko is, may discretion ba in this case ang NCMF to use that as the initial payment? Kasi trust fund dito eh.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, wala. Wala silang basis ha? For the Mr. Chair, just want to point that out, Mr. Chair, kasi ito yung nakikita din natin na problema. No? Para malaman natin, kasi trust fund ito, it's supposed to go back directly to the Pero ang suggestion ko sana sa NCMF, para hindi every year ganito ang nagpa-pop up na problema, kung ano yung requirement, i-follow ninyo. Halimbawa, wala kayong, sinabi nyo, attorney, walang I-band, di ba? O, hindi siya po pwede. But look, I mean, for me to say, it's easy for me, kung ako, halimbawa, makakasuggest, there are a lot of ways for the NCMF to really improve on. Kasi masakit din marinig na may mga allegations na binubulsa, etc. So, para malinawan tayo. So, I request ko lang na wala talaga kayong basis I hope you take that into consideration. But next time, para walang mga allegations na hindi binalik. By the way, itong 2022, marami kayong naibalik sa mga Lahat naibalik
Lahat
no?
po nung binalik po namin, lahat nung $18 per 2023 po, wala pa pong naibabalik kasi hindi pa po tapos yung I'm not well versed with the accounting.
Okay, sige. But Eric, i-submit mo lang yung request sa'yo kanina, attorney. Andiyan ba si Attorney Apion? Nagustuhan ko kasi yung kwento mo kanina. Attorney, yung sinabi mo kanina yung process ng procurement, no? Di ba? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So may na-mention ka something about 3 local service providers tapos may nanalo, is it correct?
Yes, sir.
So ito ba ay dumaan sa bidding?
Yes, Your Honor. They submitted the proposals. In the proposals, the bids were evaluated, and with the guidance of the sheikhs, observers who were there, so they were able to come up with a matrix entitled Sheikh's Preferred Hotels.
Okay. So
And on this
Okay.
basis,
attorney, sorry pero na-gets ko na yung sinabi mo kasi nakinig talaga ako sa mo. Saan sila nag-submit ng nila? Proposal nila, yung sino pala yung sinenda nyo ng request for quotation ng mga companies?
sinubmit nila kay HAJJ Attaché who is also a member of the procurement committee.
Okay, so procurement.
Yes, mismo sa office niya sa Philippine Consulate in Jeddah.
Pero sinabi mo may bidding ba? May nanalo ba?
Based on the evaluation report,
No. May bidding ba nangyari? Because yes, last 2 week, the other day, may narinig kami na wala hindi na constituting bids in awards committee. Anong member ka ba, attorney?
procurement committee, sir, was created, a special procurement committee, consistent with the Appendix 28 guidelines, delegation of authority.
Yeah, I'm not questioning your authority to do that. I'm just questioning whether you have really a special bids in awards committee because andito naman ang COA, alam din nila ito. This was the discussion earlier in the previous committee hearing. In fact, it was left unresolved. Sinabi, walang special bids in awards committee. And we agreed, even Attorney Abo was there, that we referenced that to the procurement law. And dapat talaga nag-undergo sila ng bidding. Now, you were here telling us that you have received and sent a request for quotation, which I believe is necessary for bidding process. Pero sinabi nila, wala naman silang bids in awards committee. That's why I'm having trouble understanding really the process of during the HAJJ. Ang sinabi mo, may nanalo, 3 na nag-submit sa inyo ng quotation, and then sinubmits, may mga bids, ang sinabi mo may mga awards. So I presume there's a bids and awards committee. Was there?
The name is procurement committee, but in essence,
Okay, define to me what is procurement is and what is bidding. Ano ang mauuna doon? According sa batas.
Your Honor, Appendix 28 guidelines.
You tell me, diretso ba ang gobyerno na mag-procure ng services at saka commodities without the bidding process? COA? Sorry, attorney, I'm sorry. COA? Mamaya, pasagot kita. COA. Can they do that?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, sa bidding process po, it should be that kung alternative mode of procurement po kasi sila, Mr. Chair.
And how do you like exercise or practice an alternative procurement? Paano mo yun?
Opo.
Yes.
I believe the more appropriate office to answer that is the GPPB, Mr.
Sorry,
Chair.
ang
GPPB po.
ang GP?
GPPB.
Nandito ba yung representative nila?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Pwede pong paulit ng question.
Kasi,
Pwede rin pakitanggalan yung ano mo, yung mask, kasi para thank you.
Thank you po.
sige, ulitin yung question Nandito ka ba last meeting?
Wala po, sir.
Okay. Nandito ka ba, Attorney Apion, last meeting? Wala, no?
Wala pa, sir.
Okay. Kaya pala, hindi mo alam. Ang pinag-usapan last meeting is ang na-establish namin noon is that trust fund ito. Itong Mutawi fee. Tapos, nag-refer kami sa batas kasi may procurement law na mga sinasabi. Sabi sa batas, whatever is the source of the fund for public use, dapat mag-undergo and subject for bidding. Ang sinabi ng NCMF, wala silang bidding kasi nauna pa nila na-constitute ang HAJJ manual o na-establish ang HAJJ manual, it predated the establishment of a bids and awards committee. So sa makatwid, ang meron lang sila is procurement. Ngayon, here you are, ang salaysay mo kanina is, hindi, nag-send kami ng quotation, request for quotation, at 3 local service providers ang nakapadala, may mga awards, may mga bids ngayon ang na-mention. So tinatanong ko ngayon, merong bang bids and awards committee because that is direct opposite of what we heard the last time. And then you said, no, the procurement. Now, I would like to ask the proper office. Assuming na may ano yung term mo, ma'am, COA? Alternate procurement process.
Alternative
No?
mode.
Alternative mode. No, I'm asking now, the proper office. When can you exercise that? Yung alternate, di ka na magbibidding.
Thank you, sir, for the question po. procurement entities are allowed to conduct or resort to alternative methods of procurement kapag determine nila that it will expedite at mas economical siya kaysa mag-conduct ng public bidding or competitive bidding po, sir.
Economical
Yes, sir.
and mas practical.
Yes po.
Na in the sense at ng every time nagsasend sila ng delegation doon, prior to the actual signing of the contracts, at saka based dito sa kanilang HAJJ manual, procurement process, the NCMF shall follow strictly the standards of procurement procedure in accordance with the following steps. Sasabi kanina ni attorney, and I agree with him. Pero mag-publish ng request for quotation. So I presume what NCMF did during the signing of this contract is hindi alternate mode of procurement. Kasi ang sabi mo, for practicality, di ba? Po pwede nila, or in emergency, po pwede yun, di ba? And for practicality. Tapos, based doon sa nakita ko, I'm just trying to puzzle up, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, piecing up all the pieces. Kaya nga tayo nagbabayad at di binabalik yung mga insurance ng mga pilgrims is para maka-avail na tayo ng slots. Regardless whether dapat ibalik sa kanila, hindi kasi wala tayong binalik, okay. The reason why we are sending in advance 6 months before the Hajj special delegation is for the NCMF to know the local providers, have a ocular inspection of the hotels, etc. para kung mas mumura at mas accessible yung nabayaran to solve the problem of impracticality and feasibility. So with all this litany of stories that I've heard, Mr. Chair, wala kong rason para sa NCMF para mag-shortcut sila. Kasi they've been doing this for how many decades? Now tell me, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, we're all Muslims here. Tell me, meron bang bids in awards committee? And did you violate the procurement law?
Who will answer from the NCMF? Yung una,
It is my humble submission, Your Honor, that there was bidding conducted through the can I finish? Because this is based on the IRR of 9184 and the appendix on the guideline on foreign. It says, delegation of authority for purposes of efficiency, expediency, and economy, the conduct of procurement and or award of contract under the guidelines may be delegated to specific personnel or committee other than the bids and awards committee back as long as they are duly authorized by the home. So
You were citing the HAJJ manual or yung
no, the appendix 28 of implementing rules and regulations of RA 9184, the guidelines for foreign procurement, overseas procurement, Your Honor.
So ibig sabihin, hindi natin kailangan ng bids and awards committee. Is that it, what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah, it is allowed, Your Honor. It is allowed to
That is
create
illegal.
because it might be impractical, expensive to send them members of the regular back there.
Okay. Let me quote to you, attorney. And I don't want to argue with you because I'm not a lawyer. On that account, you'll prevail over me. But let me just, ang ginagamit ko lang is common sense. Yeah. Sinabi dito, alternative methods, 5 alternative methods of procurement. Limited source bidding, direct contracting, repeat order shopping, negotiated procurement. Did it fall under, can you cite to me, which under this limitations would would NCMF, I mean yung award ninyo mag-fall under which of these limitations? And you please expound to me because you are a lawyer and I believe you are gifted of storytelling. So please explain to me.
Ngayon ako nakarinig yan.
Mr. Chair, kasi na medyo naguguluhan ako. Lahat ho tayo nandito. No the other, and I do not want to fault you, Attorney, because you were not here in the last meeting. I do not fault you. Ang na-receive namin kasi is walang bids in the awards committee. We ask COA, we ask the Bureau of Treasury, o lahat ng ano, hindi pwede yan, hindi pwede. And then we agreed na sinabi ng NCMF, ay hindi ho kami nakapag-constitute ng special bids in the awards committee kasi una, hindi na sa HAJJ manual. Kasi sa HAJJ manual, kailangan eh. Hindi na tayo magsasite ng ibang batas. Nandyan ho sa HAJJ manual nyo. In fact, nandito po yung sinabi nyo po kanina, attorney, nandito po sa akin yun. Kaya nakinig na lang ho ako kasi na-expound din nyo. So, pangalawa, hindi kami nakapag-ano kasi discretion yun ng chairman. Kasi wala pang HAJJ manual. Hindi pa namin, sabi, ang term is hindi na so nag-adapt kami ng iba. So kaya walang bids and awards. Ngayon, doon sa salaysay mo, at tama naman yung sinabi mo na proseso, dapat pala may bids and awards. Kasi may mga terms like request for quotation, or ano. So ang tanong ko ngayon, kasi hindi ako abogado, please enlighten me. Because this is one of the root causes of the problem. The allegation is, pagdating doon, kaya yung hotel, ang itang pagkain, binayad namin is ang laki, kasi wala kaming makain. Ang value, walang tubig. Ang hotel namin, ang binayad namin, 4 na accommodation, dumating kami doon, 20 kami or 12 kami na tao. Kasi sinasabi niya dito, we cannot sue them. The local providers. Kasi, and by the way, Mr. Chair, NCMF is acting like a travel agency. You're supposed to supervise, not go directly into a contract. So now, tell me, kasi napapagod na ako dito, last year pa tayo dito nag-uusap ng ganito. Please enlighten me. If I may, Mr. Chair.
GPPB, is it related to the
Yes,
issue?
po, sir.
Please proceed.
For the information of everybody, RA 8184 mandates that all procurement shall be conducted via public bidding or competitive bidding. That's the rule po. However, ina-allow din po sa law na kapag for certain instances, for expediency, sa efficiency and economical reason, pwede mag-resort to alternative methods procurement ang procuring entity. However, sorry. Hello, ayan. Aside from that, nag-issue ng resolution and GPPB resolution number 28/2017 allowing procuring entity these guidelines para naman sa procurement overseas. Dito po makikita sa Appendix 28 yung specific guidelines para sa pag-conduct ng procurement not necessarily following the competitive bidding and alternative methods of procurement po. At hindi po kayo sir kanina na pwedeng i-delegate ng procuring entity or head of the procuring entity sa certain sa committee specific personnel para sa pag-conduct ng procurement.
So,
Ang
so you're saying that you confirm that indeed there is a particular provision sa IRR
yes, po, sir.
with regards to procurement of international services.
Yes po.
You confirm it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, are you saying that the NCMF complied?
No po, sir. May comment lang po ako din sa sinalaysay po kanina ni attorney po. Kasi they, despite that they follow the
Please.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Despite they follow the guidelines on procurement overseas, nag-conduct po sila ng competitive bidding, whereas ang sinasabi po ng guidelines is magsasend lang sila ng 3 quotations and then receive lang po sila ng isang quotation from a supplier, they can proceed na po sa evaluation and then they can award the contract po. As easy as that po. Pero sa sinaysay po kanina ni sir, nag-conduct po sila ng competitive bidding which is comprises of several steps. Kaya po
we can determine na nahihirapan po sila kasi not all the requirements ng RAs kayang i-follow ng ibang bansa. For example, field reps registration. So wala pong counterpart yun or hindi po natin maobliga ng Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to register to our field reps system.
Ganito na lang. So you're confirming that there is an IRR with regards to international procurement.
Yes, sir.
Now, can you submit it to the, ngayon lang ako nakarinig yan.
Yes.
Sa totoo lang.
Yes, sir.
Because we have to check. Yeah, I am not now, but we have to check. If that IRR is consistent with the mother law.
Okay.
Kasi as far as I'm concerned, there's no such provision under Republic Act 9184 that states with regards to international bidding or international procurement. That's new to me.
Okay po, sir.
That's why I have to check it.
Yes, sir.
But of course, if that is the basis of the NCMF, yung IRR nyo, wala tayong debate muna dyan. But alam mo, GPPB, kung sinasabi mong comment mo, kasi pwede na pala, di ba? Only one offer,
Yes, sir.
then evaluate kung pwede. But they are doing due diligence. Kaya dinamihan nga nila eh. Nahirapan sila, but they're doing due diligence based on your IRR. But
Yes, sir.
again, I have to check it, the committee have to check it, if it is consistent, and when was that approved, that IRR? When was that approved, and if it is consistent with 9184, it is the mother law, with regards to Procurement Act.
Okay po, sir.
Okay? So,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manong, you wanna interject?
Yes, Chairman.
Pero
Yeah,
skills.
Chairman ako, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, it's already late in the afternoon. I just want to clear up things, Madam Attorney Abo. It's clear already na public funds to. You accept that? Yes or no? Kasi kung hindi nyo matatanggap ito, talagang problema pa rin tayo. So yun ang tinatanong ko po sa inyo. This problem will always crop up every year kung pinipilit ninyo yung thinking ninyo na private fund ito. So that you can use it in accordance with your caprices or whims.
May I be?
Under the law, it's a trust fund. And trust funds are considered earmarked revenues of government agencies. Hindi po ba, COA? Yes.
Yes. This is my take, Your Honor, on that issue,
I'm
if I may
asking
be.
for your take.
that.
Do you not believe what I'm saying? Yeah.
It is my position that it is a public fund by virtue of the fact that it came into the possession of the government. Immediately it becomes a public fund. It is a special public fund, and the term used even by NCMF charter is special trust fund.
Yes.
Therefore, it is entitled to special procurement modified method. And
That's your opinion.
Dali.
Attorney.
Tapusin mo muna.
Sabi mo, nagdadagdag ka na eh. It's not even in Republic Act 997 or under that executive order mandating the reversal of excess funds to the Bureau of Treasury, signed by then President Ramos. Nandito sa akin yung mga dokumento, Attorney. Now, may I ask yung NCMF talaga, hierarchy, would you accept the fact already that these are public funds?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi, sila mo eh, tinanggap mo na eh.
Okay.
Sila mo na tinatanong ko.
Secretary Adiong. Ako Jong. Hindi na tayo abo. Please proceed. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I respect the opinion of the chair as well as distinguished members of the committee.
Mr. Chair, I'm not asking for the opinion of the good secretary. What I'm asking is if he really accepts the fact that these funds, Mutawi funds and other funds, are considered as public funds and therefore subject to the audit of COA.
As far as the audit is concerned, we submit that it is subject to the audit of COA.
And therefore it is public funds
in
because COA cannot audit private funds.
In fact, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, as early as August 17, I wrote a letter to the COA main asking them to conduct management and financial audit of the entire commission. You know why? Because I want to declare the commission as corruption to the full end of the year. In one of my meetings to the COA, and I think COA will attest to this, I told them if you cannot send any one of us to jail, then you have not done your job.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, I just want to know a yes or no answer. Do you accept already that the funds, Mutawif and other funds of NCMF are considered public funds?
Your Honor, I'm a Muslim.
Yes or no po?
Okay, now,
No?
if it would not constitute an unjust confiscation of private money, then I agree with you.
Abogado po kayo eh.
Opo.
You have two lawyers beside you, Attorney Abo and Madam Attorney Dula. Yes. Do you agree with your chairman that these are private funds?
If I may, Mr. Chair,
No, I'm asking the question. Yes or no lang po. Kasi hapon na po eh.
as to the question, Mr. Chair, of whether this is to be treated as a private fund, I am not competent
Public
to answer that, Mr. Chair, but among ourselves, Mr. Chair, when the question was put to the commission, we also asked ourselves, the entire Bureau of Legal Affairs, to discuss on this matter, Mr. Chair. And the difficulty in answering, Mr. Chair, is because public funds has a technical definition, Mr. Chair. I have here at this.
No. Hindi ko po, hindi po
Mr. Chair.
debate po sa inyo. Tinatanong ko lang po yung inyong
Yes, Mr. Chair. I promise I will come to
hindi po
Mr. Chair.
pagdebate.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ang po is, as a member of the commission and as a lawyer, do you accept that these funds are public funds?
We would like to follow the DOJ opinion, Mr. Chair, that it is government fund to be specific, not public funds, because public fund po, as per the DOJ opinion, meron po kasi siyang technical definition.
Okay.
So it is government funds, Mr. Chair.
Okay. How about Attorney Abo?
May I base my answer on the case of COCOFED versus Republic, where the Supreme Court held that public funds are those money belonging to the state or any political subdivision of the state, more specifically taxes, custom duties, and monies raised by operation of law for the support of the government or for the discharge of its obligation. So the mutawifi collected is not for the support of the government in general. So my answer is that it's not a public fund.
Hindi ka natin masesentral tong problema ito
Mr.
pag
Chair.
ganito.
Mr. Chair, I guess that decision that was read by Attorney Abu is specifically only applicable to the COCO levy fund.
Yes. Kaya lang, ang gusto kong ipakita sa inyo ngayong hapon na ito, kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng problema mismo, kung yung naandun sa NCMF, hindi na magkasundo eh, sa definition lang, o kung ito ay public or private funds. Mahirapan nga kami magbigay ng solution dyan. Ipinapakita ko lang po yun. Kaya hindi na ako nagtatanong ng iba dahil kung doon pa lang kayo na mismo sa definition, hindi parehas yung intindi nyo sa provision ng Republic Act 997 at saka yung executive order na pinirmahan ni President Ramos at saka yung joint administrative order in 1997. Kung hindi kayo magkaisa doon, wala nga. Malaki nga ang problema ninyo. Very basic po yun eh. Doon tayo magsisimula. Kasi isipin nyo, 4 na tao yung tinanong ko, magkakaiba yung gusto. Oo, alam. Kaya problema nga. Now, OWA, there are agencies which have trust receipts, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At hindi lahat ng agencies na ito binabalik sa Treasury yung kanilang trust receipts.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not aware kung
Yung PNP nga may trust receipt pero hindi binabalik. Alam ko yun dahil akong sumulat noon kay President Erap Estrada na ma-exempt kami from returning or bring the trust receipt funds of the PNP to the Bureau of Treasury. Kaya I'm asking, may mga agencies na meron trust receipt dahil ang daming agencies ang may earmark revenues under the BESF. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, I'm asking, lahat ba ng agencies na ito ay nagre-remit sa Bureau of Treasury or there are exceptions?
Let me refer to answer. Let me refer Attorney Zoraida to answer that question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I believe there are certain exceptions under the COA Circular 1-97.
And it is only the President that can grant that exemption, not the Secretary of Finance.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That's very clear. Next question. Yung pong Attorney Apion, gusto mo kaninang kuwan sinasabi kanina nung tauhan mo si Lawrence na merong refund. May I know, how do you determine the people who are supposed to receive refund? Kasi sa tingin ko, hindi lahat ng nagpunta doon sa pilgrimage, alam nila yung entitled sa refund, alam nila na may refund. How do you determine that and how do you inform them?
It's very easy, Your Honor, because we have a record of all those who paid their mutawif, which includes the insurance fund. And when the Saudi government is done with its accounting and balancing inventory, at the end of the year of next year, they will return the money to the portal. So that's the time that we could also return the money to the pilgrims. And we did that for 2022. It was delivered to the pilgrims.
Who actually delivers the refund to the
Finance
individual
Committee of the NCMF. And also assisted by the legal team.
Sino po?
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee.
For HAJJ, assisted by the legal team. They went to the places where these people are, the regional offices where these people are concentrated.
Yung listahan po ng dapat mabigyan ng refunds, kanino po nanggagaling?
Actually, we have data bank. The moment they register, all of this will be collected in the data bank.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may. Alam mo, 3 HAJJs na ako, never ako naka-refund ng insurance. Just for the record. Yeah. Kaya po ako nagtatanong ng ganun. Kasi nandun po yung possibility. Di po ba? Yes. Kasi marami dyan sa pilgrims, hindi po ako Muslim, pero nakikita ko yan sa mga kwan eh. For example, yung mga nag-training dun sa training institution namin, meron pala silang allowance, nakaalis na sila, binibigyan namin ng allowance sa opisina, hindi na nakakarating dun sa mga tao. Kaya attorney, ganun ang tanong ko. Kasi nakikita ko po noon, nung ako'y nasa serbisyo na may mga report na pumunta sa akin na meron ang allowance na binigay dun sa opisina, pero hindi naman naibibigay sa training institution, hindi naibibigay dun sa kwan, sa dapat bigyan. So that's my point, attorney. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Are you? No, thank you. Related sa refund. Nire-refund to sa individual pilgrims or through shake?
Yung mga chef, may iba na diniretso sa pilgrims. May ibang mga pilgrims, dahil nasa island sila, nasa hinterlands, nag-execute sila ng special power of attorney sa mga sheikhs nila. Oo. Mga murshids, most of them receive the money from the murshid, and it is now the murshid who will return the money to the respective pilgrims. Kasi pera yun ng mga pilgrims. Alam din nila ang accountability with Allah. That is the greater accountability.
Mr. Chair,
Ano na lang, before that, before I will recognize, Attorney Abdullah, please submit na lang, no? All the list, no, that you have mentioned. Now, ako, baka makalimutan ko lang, all the documents being requested from NCMF and to all other resource person, please submit it on or before November 28 because the next hearing may be on December 5 for this issue. So please submit November 28. Hindi na pwede yung delayed kasi we have to study all those documents that you have submitted.
Mr. Chair.
Please comply. Sorry, it's all about what? Patapusin ko muna. Is it related to whether it's a public fund, government fund, or private fund?
Mr. Chair.
No, but the question is it related to the issue being raised by Kong Akop?
Yes, Your Honor. This is related to the issue
Whether it is a public fund or a private fund?
this is another issue which is important to be emphasized to this
Oh,
honorable.
tapusin muna natin to. Then babalikan kita. Yes,
Yes, Mr. Chair, just to explain on the matter of the refund, I can only speak for 2022 and 2023 as the team leader of the HAJJ legal team, Mr. Chair. And this is how we did the refund. So for 2022, Mr. Chair, we have a directive from the Secretary to refund the $18 guarantee insurance to each. And so on September 12, 2023, we issued an advisory to the public, Mr. Chair, about this refund. And the advisory is addressed to the pilgrims as well as the sheikhs because normally, Mr. Chair, we transact with the sheikhs, with the pilgrims through the sheikhs. So this is how the refund was conducted, Mr. Chair. Since the question earlier is papaano yung proseso?
Anong year yan?
2022 and 2022, Mr. Chair, and we will follow this for 2023. We have an advisory
Nag-refund
on,
kayo?
yes, Mr. Chair.
Anong sinabi ni
2022.
Lawrence na ginamit for initial
No,
hindi pa naibalik?
that was,
Kung Adiong, after using it as a refund, after using it as an initial payment, pumasok yun yung ni-refund nila.
yes, so parang nag-offsetting. Offsetting, Mr. Chair. Anyway, Mr. Chair, going back to how we did the refund, naglabas din po kami ng guideline and the sheikhs can confirm this on how we will do the refund. Umikot po ang ating ang ating FMS together with our HAJJ legal team para i-oversee po yung pagre-refund na yon. What we release to the public is that the refund, and this is the this is the direct instruction po of Secretary to make sure that the refund will be given to the hands of the pilgrims themselves. However po, Mr. Chair, since mayroon ding mga pilgrims, understandably, madami sa kanila ay mga elderly, we allowed po that a representative or the sheikh will receive that provided na makapagbigay po sila sa atin ng special power of attorney para i-claim yung refund na yon. And that is what we did po for 2022 para maibalik yon.
Anyway, yung process na yan, of course, let's pakisubmit na lang yung sinasabi mo, attorney. Then, of course, let's see what will be the position of COA. Now, ako again, gusto ko lang linawin, ayaw ko munang pumasok talaga doon sa mga detalye. Kaya ako, kung ang position talaga ngayon, in which magkaiba ang position ng bawat member ng commission, especially the secretary, you should act together. Kasi kung wala, 2024 HAJJ, ako sigurado kung may kaso kayo nito, 2022, 2023, because of your interpretation with regard to mutawid fee. Kasi ang COA na mismo, pag lumabas yung notice of disallowance, if somebody will file a case in the ombudsman, sigurado yun, problema niyo yun. Ang sinasabi ko lang, this committee, the purpose of this hearing is to really go deeper, not to find fault, para ayusin tong sistema nyo. But if you keep on telling this committee na yung interpretation nyo doon sa Botawi fee is a private fund in which it contradicts with all the circulars and with COA and the Bureau of Treasury or the DF, may problema kayo. Because no one is above the law. Kahit yung mga circumstances na sasabi nyo, pwede nating maintindihan ko yun. But of course, kaya nga umupo tayo dito para ayusin natin yung sistema. I-institutionalize natin yung sistema na hindi tayo lumalabag doon sa batas. Pero if you keep on insisting about this is a public fund, a private fund, problema. Ako pero naunano po na kayo. This committee, I will encourage members of this committee to have a committee report na you will not be happy about the committee report. Ako, in advance, sinasabi ko na yan. Kasi, as if you have your own kingdom and republic. Hindi pwede yun. May batas tayo. And in fact, the Bureau of Treasury, the DOF, who signed the exemption, may problema nga siya. Because she or he don't have the authority to give you exemption. Ang linaw lang binasa ni Conga, chairman ako. Ang sinasabi ko lang, please cooperate. Or else, pag wala talaga, pwede ko naman to i-terminate. Isang hearing na lang. Then, I will not be happy with my committee report. And I will encourage private citizen to file a case to all of you. Criminal administrative. Sa simula pa lang, sinabi ko na ayusin natin to eh. Pero if you keep on insisting on your position, better terminate this hearing. Wala akong magawa. Sinasabi ko as chairman, of course, collegial body to, yung committee na to, but well, as the members, for a committee report, it is not favorable to you. At i-HAJJ mo next year, problema. So, I hope, after this hearing, usap kayo, ayusin yung position nyo. Then, I need your position 1 week before or on before November 28, dapat na sa committee na para mat-aral namin. Oh, I'm too lenient with you. Well, in fact, ang GPBB kanina, sabi niya, ganito, kinonfer niya. Ano ang posisyon ko doon? If indeed there is an IRR, wala problema sa akin. But of course, I'm not a lawyer, but we should follow the law. If that IRR conforms with the mother law. Ganun na yun kasimple. And hindi ko fault if you follow the IRR. But Congress serves the power of oversight to amend such IRR. Diba? Kasi if it does not conform with the law, with the mother law, ganun na yung simple. Kaya hindi pwedeng sabihin nyo na sinasabi dito ng BILG, COA, Bureau of Treasury, ganito yung dapat ang treatment dyan sa Botawi fee. Kayo iba, problema natin yun. Pinapaunahan ko lang kayo. Anyway, somebody from, please identify yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Secretary Melicor from the DFA, sir. Yeah, I just want to make very short comments on the IBAN. Yung IBAN is international bank account numbers used in Europe and some parts of North Africa. I don't know whether it's used in Saudi Arabia, but it is used so that any person paying to a certain account already has the account and the bank in one long number. That's called the IBAN. So if you have an account in the Philippines, certainly you don't have an IBAN. Secondly, sir, yung sa GPPB, we confirm that there is a sort of guidelines that is separate for the foreign service because we have 84 foreign service posts, embassies and consulates general, and they are always disbursing money. They are always procuring. So when we tried to apply this Philippine procurement laws there, first we said, oh, except nyo kami, we cannot comply. First, di ba, you cannot register them sa PhilJeps and so forth. So, sir, it is true, we confirm that there is a set of rules, so a little bit relaxed for the foreign service, but all of these still follow the procurement laws that we have here. And all our procurements in all our 84 posts are audited by the COA, sir. And thirdly, my last comment on the whether it's public account or not, because we are also collecting monies abroad, whether in dollars, whether in local currency. So what happens to these monies collected by our 84 foreign service posts? The answer there is once they are given an OR, that forms part of the Bureau of Treasury. We can never touch that again. We can only spend what is given to us as budget release, or you can spend for this and that, but any money received by any foreign service post of the Philippines, officially receipted, cannot be touched anymore because it forms part of the Bureau of Treasury. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Yusek. Yusek, ano lang, clarify ko lang. Yung IRR na yan, provision of the IRR with regards to international procurement, is applicable to all agency or only to DFA?
I think the GPPB should be able to answer that, but this brings us again, sir, to the same questions we had last meeting, di ba? Our foreign service post in Jeddah has always been saying, why don't we have a post-HAJJ consultation meeting with NCMF, with your HAJJ attaché? Because we want to help. We want to you know, you might be overwhelmed, and so that we also see to it that we follow all the rules and regulations that are followed abroad by all Philippine foreign service posts. That's why there is this GPPB for foreign service posts, but essentially there is always a bids and awards committee in every foreign service post. That is very clear.
Thank you, Yusek, for that information. Thank you.
One last, no, before we go to the actually I have series of questions, but I know we
Actually, it's 5:45.
I know,
Na.
just
Na-adjourn na. So hindi naman ako doon makatayo. Baka bukas. Kaya lang bukas may hearing na naman.
hindi kasi
Anyway,
gusto ko lang
I'll just give Kong Adiong the last Kong to ask question. And then
gawin mo lang.
unahin na natin si
May 5 siya, tas may 2 ako. Na-interject ba?
And then, so, ikaw mauna o?
Ano na lang, kasi I di ko natatanong kasi
sige, ikaw.
ang
Si Kong.
gusto ko lang I would just like to put into record and maybe to clarify from GPBB yung mga alternative mode of procurement. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I cannot move forward because this issue has not been resolved yet. This actually itong problema sa mga signing of contracts, this is actually the cause ng problema kahit nagka-leche yung local mga services natin sa Saudi Arabia. And let's admit it, meron talagang problema. Ang nangyari itong HAJJ 2023, meron talaga, Mr. Chair, na hindi nakakain, hindi na yung mga stand sa Musdalifa, hindi but anyway, yung sa GPB, you cited about the guidelines, di ba? Sabi mo for but that necessitates under also your guideline, the same guidelines. Ang sinabi, di ba? Ang sinabi is ito 42.2 it shall be resorted to yung sinabi mong alternative mode of procurement only in highly exceptional cases provided for in the rules which recommended by the Bids and Awards Committee. Ang magre-recommend pa doon is ang back. Wala ngang back. Walang back to speak of in the first place. Procurement na sila. Awards. But anyway, I'd just like to put that into record and I will dwell on that next meeting, Mr. Chair. Kasi sinabi mo, Mr. Chair, you don't want to go into details. I really want to dig deeper and go into details, Mr. I'm sorry. Kasi yun talaga yung we shall not leave stone unturned. Kasi to be honest with you, with all due respect, ayoko ho ng kalaban. Ayoko ho ng kaaway. Huwag niyo kong isipin na ginagawa ko at masaya ako. Hindi. Ang gusto kong mangyari dito, matapos na itong problema sa HAJJ. Kasi every now and then, lahat ito problema namin mga congressmen from Danbang. Kami ang pinupuntahan ng mga nag-HAJJ. Itong mga shake na ito. Sana naman, ayusin na natin. Let's take heed of what the chairman advises us. Maging honest tayo sa mga answers natin. Kasi gusto namin pagandahin ang sistema ng HAJJ. Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of Chairman Akop, I will yield to him. I will no longer ask my questions. I will ask my questions in the next meeting or next hearing. But can we allow at least one of the sheikhs to at least shed light also on the case of Mutawif? If it was indeed returned back to them?
After kung ako at Chairman Akop, then isa lang para isuspend na natin.
Mr. Chair.
Anyway, next hearing pwede naman kayo magsalita ulit.
Thank you,
Proceed.
Mr. Chair. Gusto kong linawin yung sinasabi ni Mr. Chair. Between the provision of an IRR and the provision of law, the provision of law shall prevail. Alam naman natin mga abogado yan eh. Kasi kung merong the provision dun sa IRR na not in conformity with the provisions of law, alam naman natin, we call it ultra vires. Diba? Yun ay tinuro sa atin sa law school eh. Ultra vires. Kasi yung gumawa ng IRR is arrogating unto himself the power to enact laws. Sumusobra na siya doon sa provision ng batas. Ganun po. That's why it's called ultra vires. Di po ba? Second issue, yung sinabi ng DFA kanina na if it's already with the Bureau of Treasury, it can never be touched. If we look at the earmark revenues under the BASF, nandun yung mga agencies, may ending balance sila every year at may expenditure sila. So in other words, nagagalaw. Nagagalaw. Ginagamit ng ahensya provided the request the Bureau of Treasury na gamitin yung pondo na yon para sa mga programs and activities na gusto nila. So that is clear. Kaya nga pwede ninyong i-deposit yung inyong Mutawi funds doon, pero sundan nyo na kagad na request na i-release yung para sa HAJJ operations ninyo. That is provided for by law. Hindi ko nga alam kung bakit natatakot kayo na madala yung inyong pondo doon sa treasury. Samantalang pwede naman kayong mag-request two things. Mag-request kayo na gamitin ninyo yung pondo na yun o mag-request kayo ng exemption. Pwede rin naman yun. Nasa inyo yun eh. Kasi yung sinasabi ko nga, yung police, meron kaming trust fund. Pero hindi na pupunta sa Bureau of Treasury. Meron lang silang guidance sa amin kung saan gagamitin yun. Ganun po yun. Kaya yun ang recommendation ko nga sa inyo eh. Nagtataka ako kung bakit ayaw ninyong bumalik eh. Maybe for other reasons which I do not know. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Thank you, Chairman Akop. And lastly, ikaw na. Yes, please, you're not recognized, Mr. Abdullah. Please proceed.
Thank you po. Una po, yung nabanggit na refund para sa insurance, totoo po na natanggap namin yung 2022 sa pamamaraan ng yung sinabi ng NCMF. Actually, yung instruction nila sa 2 araw na pamamalagi nila doon sa Marawi City, sa amin sa Lanao del Sur, nire-release nila individually. Pero sino man ang hindi dumating, doon sa site nila, nire-release yung para siya ang makapaghatid doon sa mga pilgrim. So, with the special power of attorney. So, totoo po yun. Pero nang narinig ko na yung 2022 ay ang ginamit doon na pambayad ay yung 2023, parang doon ako nag-alang. Dapat sa 2023 yung binigay yung kwan. Kasi sa kanila yun eh. At saka gusto namin ipaalam sa inyo, Mr. Chair, na from 2027, 17, 18, 19, hindi po namin na-release, hindi po namin na-receive o hindi na-release yung insurance fund sa mga jamaah through SAIC or individual pilgrim. Yun ang nangyari po. Sa sa previous years, natatanggap na ng mga mga SAIC, mga jamaah through SAIC. Pangalawa po, kanina banggit yung representation ng mga SAIC doon sa procure ng mutawif o pag-sign ng contract sa Macca para sa hotel accommodation. Una-una po sa amin sa Lanao del Sur, hindi dumaan sa consultation, hindi kami na-consulta. Actually, the League of Mashaik, itong League of Mashaik ang pinakamaraming membro na organisasyon sa organisasyon ng Lanao del Sur. Narinig lang namin na yung isa sa amin na sa ibang grupo ay tinawagan at pumunta sa Manila para sumama sa Saudi. Pero hindi kami na-consulta. Kahit ganyan ang nangyari, masaya na kami kasi may representative kami. Pero yung salaysay, yung participation ng representative namin, yung ano niya sa amin, istorya niya sa amin, ay walang saysay yung pag-ano nila. Yung guidance, sinabi ng magiting na attorney, yung guidance ng mga SAIC, hindi ko alam kung hindi nagsasabi ng totoo itong representative namin. Ang sabi niya, hindi nakuha yung suggestion nila na hotel doon sa Macca. Pangatlo po, mayroon akong napansin, binanggit ni Sir Attorney Apion, doon sa pagbayad ng hotel sa Macca. Ang sabi niya, ang sa kinatawan ni Muad company, ang naibayad sa hotel na Luluat at Tauhid ay ang nasabi ni Sir ay 5,200 yata. 5,000 plus. Yung bidding yon. Yung naibayad ninyo.
Mr. May I you address the query? Ganito, yung argument mo, it was mentioned by Attorney Apion na 5,000. Pero he's now telling this committee that it is 4,500.
4,500, Your Honor. Okay. Hotel accommodation.
Ay, bumaba.
Yung food is 1,300. So 5,800?
Yeah,
Yes.
5,800.
And that is the lowest bid.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Kaya nga binanggit ko ito kasi itong HAJJ advisory na pinalabas noong June 1, 2022, ang nakalagay dito, hotel housing in Misfala, Macca, 6,000 reals. Ang nakalagay dito. So, ibig sabihin, mayroon marirefund ang mga jamaah na nagbayad ng 6,000 plus. Nabanggit din ni Sir Apion na yung maliban doon sa Lulu at Tauhid, yung Masa Arayan, yung mga ibang hotel na hindi maganda, magkaiba ng price kaysa Luluat. Alam namin yun. So, mas barato yung bayad doon. Yun ang 4,000 plus. So, dapat po, yung mga HAJJ pilgrims na nakatuloy doon ay makaripang sila ng mutawif. Mr. Chair, itong pagpunta namin dito ay hindi nangangahulugan na mayroong kaming i-report o kakasuhan. Ang gusto po namin, sinusuporta namin yung mga privilege speech ng aming mga congressmen para sa ikabubuti ng operasyon ng HAJJ sa mga susunod na taon. Kaya nga nagsasalita po kami.
We are now out of
Okay.
time. I'll just give you last few words.
Okay.
Last few words na lang po. Thank you. Then, on the next hearing, we'll also recognize someone,
Yes po.
some members of the SHEC. Proceed.
Nandito sa kwan, sa license na, ipapasa ko mamaya.
Bakit proceed na lang? Pag-i-submit na lang dito sa,
Okay.
sa committee po.
So, hindi ko na babasahin kung
Hindi na
gano'n.
po, hindi na po.
Ang basahin ko lang dito, yung claim namin last year, 2022 HAJJ, kasi kami ang na-stranded, na iyon ang ano pa ni si Congressman Alonto Adiong, na address itong concern namin. Ipapalam namin po sa committee na ito na hanggang ngayon hindi po na-address. So,
Please just submit it to the committee then.
so
Tapos bibigyan din ng copy yung NCMF para matingnan nyo. Then the next hearing, pwede nyo lang diretsong sagutin. Now again, NCMF dun sa mga issues and documents na documents with regards to the issues, pakisubmit na lang po ulit by November 28. And before we suspend, all resource person invited for today automatically invited for December 5 hearing. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, lastly, regarding Congressman De Mapora's earlier statement regarding his request for special audit, may we request that he do it formally in writing so we can relay it to our commission proper for their evaluation po.
Ma'am, ang kasi yung process namin dito, ang committee as collegial body can direct you to conduct. So now I'm directing you to conduct a fraud audit yung Mutawi fee
Okay.
ng HAJJ
Okay,
no?
Mr. Chair.
for
Thank you.
2022 and 2023.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
And COMSEC is directed to send an official letter to Chairman Cordova with regards to the directive for the COA internal auditor of COA in NCMF.
Noted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before I move to suspend our today's hearing, may konting mensahe lang ako sa NCMF. Katulad nung binanggit ni Congressman Acop, huwag kayong mangamba na magsabi nung totoo. Kasi yun yung maitama natin yung mga mali natin nung nakaraan. Hindi ho ang committee para maghanap ng kasalanan nyo kung hindi maghanap ng solusyon. Kasi every year na lang, every HAJJ, matatandaan ko mula 12 Congress, laging may congressional inquiry. Every after HAJJ, minsan nakakahiya na rin. Tulad nung binanggit na solution na nirecommend ni Congressman Acop, alam ko ang pangamba ng NCMF bakit ayaw nyo ibigay sa Treasury yung bureaucratic processes. Pero sa totoo lang, tulad nung binanggit niya, ang daming agency na nangongolekta, hindi nilalagay sa Treasury, pero nilalagay sa GAA as special provisions. So kung halimbawa, kung yun yung point na ayaw nyong tanggapin na public fund to, wala kayong dapat ipangamba na maibigay yon sa Treasury at pwede ring i-retain yan sa inyo kung ang Congress, kung ang committee mag-recommend na dapat ilagay ito sa special provision ng general appropriation. Kaya sunod na hearing, tulad nung binanggit ni Kong Acop, can you please act together as National Commission Muslim Filipinos, the commissioners, the directors for operation, or else ganito lang din ang problema na harapin natin lagi at masyado nang nakakahiya sa mga Muslim sa ating bansa na tayo lang ang naghihiring kada taon every HAJJ. Sa totoo lang, ako mismo nahihiya na ako niyan. Pag merong Muslim na tumatayo, Muslim din ang nagtatanong tungkol sa inyo. Pero with all our intention really is to correct kung meron tayong mga pagkukulang o mali. Yun yung pinaka-intention natin. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move to suspend until next hearing.
Ay, nako.